Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, a Magic fan. Welcome to another streaming Saturday where we stream Magic Arena on a Saturday. What a concept. So, welcome to everyone. If you're in there in the chat, hello. If you're joining soon, hello. If you're not here yet, hello. So, we got some gameplay to play. We got a new event on Arena to play. And, rewards to claim, and maybe drafting or brawl or whatever's cool, helping people out on the stream. Hey Stevie, you're just in time. Hey Jakivis, welcome so much. I think this might be one of the few times that you come by, so great, thanks for that. So Stevie, speaking of magic, I am going to open a vintage set of magic, and it has a special place in my heart because it was the first set. I keep talking about it, right? When I got back into Magic, it was the first set that came out after I got back into Magic. Can you guess what it was? Or either you or any of you there in the chat. I'm going to open, here it is right here, a booster pack of that vintage set that when I got back into Magic, was brand new. Anyone want to guess what set that is? I'll reveal what it is, of course, in one moment. But any guesses? What is a vintage Magic set that I am going to open up? That is when I got back into Magic. I say it like every other episode. Hour of Devastation. That's a very good answer. I guess that's the correct answer, but I guess it's not, but I counted a different way. Okay, Hour of Devastation was already out when I got back into Magic in 2017. When I got back into Magic in 2017, Hour of Devastation was already out. This is the set at the end of 2017 that came out when I got back into Magic, so I consider it like my vintage set when I got back into Magic. What's that one set that was there during that time? Any guesses? Going once, going twice? Anyone remember that classic set? Everyone loved it. They still love it nowadays. They want it to be remastered back on Arena. Close. Regular old Ixalan. So I will be opening up this booster pack of classic vintage Ixalan from 2017. Actually, I want to show this right here before we do a little bit of gameplay. This is actually really interesting because if we jump over here to the web browser, if we go look at the history of all the Magic sets, if we look at all the history of the Magic sets right over here, if I could do math, here we go. Okay, check it out here. September 29, 2017, which was almost exactly 3 years ago, original Ixalan came out. I didn't really plan it, but I was at the comic shop on the 30th. And in the counter, behind the counter, they had their old Magic sets. And I looked, and there was one booster pack just hanging around of Ixalan. And I thought, oh, let me get it and maybe open it on the next stream. And then when I was kind of looking back on things, I even have a little calendar reminder here. I can't show this one on the stream exactly, but my calendar reminder here, I made a calendar reminder that way back in September 2017 was the first day also that I played with all of you guys. Stevie and Angie, and who else was there? Chris and Paul and John and everyone, that whole crew. Remember back in the old days? Apparently, from my note here, back in September 2017 was the first day that I played with all of you. Real life Magic after I got back into Magic. And so to celebrate all of that, I'm gonna crack open an Ixalan booster pack, because as you can see here by the timeline, September 29th, 2017, 3 years ago exactly, was when this set came out. And you're still kind of right, because I also picked up a Rivals of Ixalan. At the same time, they also had a Rivals of Ixalan. So I'm going to open one of those as well. So this was the last, here's another bit of history here, this was the last time Wizards was doing blocks. Because throughout all of the history, from 1996 to 2017, they were doing blocks of sets. The very first block was Mirage Visions. Mirage Vision, is it Vision or Visions? Mirage Visions and Weatherlight, and then through that they just kept doing more and more and more sets. So they then at a certain point broke it into 2 sets. They were saying, well, 3 sets is too many, let's do 2 sets. So then they started to do 2 sets with, I believe, right after Dragons of Tarkir, right? Because there was Dragons of Tarkir. What was it? There was Fate Reforged, Dragons of Tarkir, and it was Khans of Tarkir. We can look at it right here. I've got it up. It was Khans of Tarkir, Fate Reforged, and Dragons of Tarkir. Those were the 3 sets. Then after that, they went with a 2-set model. They went with Shadows over Innistrad and Dark Ascension. Was it Dark Ascension? No. And then after that, they did just like Kaladesh and Aether Revolt and so forth. So Ixalan block was the last block that was 2 sets, because after that was Dominaria, it was just 1 set. And then technically after that, we had Guilds of Ravnica, Ravnica Allegiance, and War of the Spark. They feel like they're all part of the same set, but they're technically each different. And then after that, everything's individual. So many sets, I'm blanking. Ikoria and Theros, and so many sets are just 1 now, which I think is not enough sets. They should go back to 2 sets. So anyway, the set that made you switch from Merfolk to Pirates. You can't wait for next year to come when you could play physically, yeah. And last we played was Return to Theros or something. Yeah, that one back in. It was even before. If it was even before back March, it was in January. If we go back over here to the web browser, if we look at the history of decks or of sets, if we go right here, Theros. Where did I see it? Theros. It was right there, January 24th or so. That's when we last played physically at a store. Everything else after that has been nothing because of the pandemic. So yeah, even further back in January, sometime around January 24th, 25th, 26th, somewhere around there, we played in person. And there's plenty of sets that come out after that. So let's get over to the gameplay. To get ready for today's gameplay, I'm going to do a little bit of getting my rewards. I haven't played in a couple of days. Apparently, I've got a couple of rewards to get. Let's see what the store is. The store exclusive. Oh yeah, I was seeing this one on people's timeline on Twitter. Okay, so what's the math about this? This is like a good deal, right? If I pay 50 coins, I will get back 550. So that means I pay 50 and I get back 500. That's a good deal, right? They're not tricking us, right? That's good math, isn't it? If we pay gems, 10 gems, and you get 550, I think that's where the bad deal is, because the gems are worth more than the gold. I think this is a good deal. I don't know. Seems like I'm getting tricked somehow, but we'll claim it. Anyway, so let's play a little bit of these dailies. Cast 30 blue or black, cast 30 green or white. Okay, I might be able to knock both out at the same time if I play, well, just the white ones, I guess. Well, I do have a couple of black or white decks. Okay, so let's play first I'm going to go with my Luris deck. This is mostly mono white. Actually, I want to change one thing about it. Whoops. Okay. Anyway, so this is my August. Remember, in August was when I got up to Mythic, the highest that I'd ever gotten ever. I got to Mythic, and then after that, I was not able to progress from the next month, September. I was not able to get out of Platinum. It was very difficult. I was on Platinum 4 and Platinum 3 for a lot. You'll be lurking. Okay, I'll be here. Okay, someone's going to hit me with the rogue stack. Now, Lurus does bring back to life the my graveyard, so I don't know if they should be completely milling my graveyard. We'll see how this goes. So, this is going to be the rogues deck. This one's pretty popular, yep. Dimir rogues. Don't have my removal. Okay, what are they going to do here? Okay, so they don't have the flash rogue. They'll probably have that one enchantment that minuses. It won't help. Okay, gonna get a little milling on that as well. Sure. It goes back to my hand, kind of. They scry 2. If I get my third land, I could play the... Heaven... Yeah, okay, there we go. So we'll play it like this. Uh-oh, there we go, that's a counter spell. I didn't quite want to lose that one. Oh, I guess not losing it, so we'll go in for some attacks. Have some protection, just in case. Getting close to getting the 25... Is it 25 or 27? 27. I need 27 life in order for me to start making angels. Still passing. Okay, weird. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, they're holding on to some removal. They kept all that removal. Or they kept all whatever instant is here. And I have 2 protection spells. Okay, -2, that's fine. They'll turn my Alseed into a 0/2, I suppose. That will be acceptable. If they block, that'll also be good, because then I'll still gain some life. Yeah, they're gonna block that way. Okay. We'll bring the 2 back. Make it a 4. Make it indestructible. Take out their amazing enforcer. That happens like that. I tap there, and I got a big old angel. They're good gaming me right there. They have their whole... They've lost their will to live, I suppose. Yep, they're totally passing. Okay, let's go for it over here. That seems to be an 8/8 angel in the air, and they probably won't block anything, because then they'll feel... Yeah, exactly. They're like, you wrecked me. Okay, so we're gonna get milled. That's the opponent's strategy. So that probably means I need another Lurus. I thought I had more than one Lurus in this deck. But okay, fine. So what do we need to do with this? Hushbringer. We need Hushbringer in there. That will stop their mill trigger. Tormod's Crypt will also stop their graveyard. But are they going to do much with graveyards? They must, right? They're probably going to bring stuff back from the graveyard. Tormod's Crypt. I guess we'll cut a couple of serpents. These brutes. Yeah, there we go. So let's see if we can deal with this opponent, or are they shocked into submission? Even though I mulliganed, I still mulliganed into something good, so I appreciate that. Okay, this is adequate. I'm going to do the big brain play, and I'm going to do the 0 casting cost Tormod's Crypt right here before anything happens. Kapow! The 0 mana artifact. And then I'm going to go in with a strike with my... If that doesn't shock them into submission, that I played a 0 casting cost spell and then a turn 1 Anyway, let's go in here. They're probably going to do their... They're probably going to do their next turn Cleric, so that gets Death Touch. They might have removal, but didn't feel like they did last turn, so let's go out a little bit more aggressively here. Does this deck play Murderous Rider? So they're playing it out now instead of flashing it in, so sure. Ah, there goes my poor Angel Maker. So that has Death Touch. That deals damage. Probably won't attack. Okay. Let's see if they fall for this. I'm sure they will. Actually, what I should have done is I should have put out the Alseed, and then I would have been able to protect. Keep one more mana up from my own shenanigans. Haven't seen any removal from them, so that's a little odd. Okay, there's a Ruin Crab. Of course they'll play a land. Who cares? What I should do is bring out my Lurrus right away. Oh, they didn't play a land. Okay. Tragic. Can bring out a 3/3. Let's see if they fall for this. Probably block with that crab, and then of course I've got... Okay, didn't block. Kind of scared, eh? Okay, let's bring out a 3/3. 1, 2, 3. Coily. Down to 4 cards. Missed a land drop before. It must hurt to not be able to play that land drop on that Ruin Crab, but again, like, I'm always complaining about the algorithm pairing me up against decks that are weird, but here, oops, they're gonna copy what, the crab? Oh, okay, they're gonna copy one of those, fine. Double mill. And that's not horrible, because I can bring that back from the graveyard, and my Lurrus can bring back stuff. And they pass. Okay. So, let's... Guess we can wait to bring more stuff back in a moment. Let's set up over here. Go all in. They'll probably block with their Death Touch on my 3/3. I have an answer for that. That tramples over, so even better. 22 life. Can bring back something from the graveyard, sure. Actually, I should have probably put it on the... I probably should have put it on the... Ginger, because then that would have gone unblockable. Yeah, I think I should have gone on the Ginger Brute. That would have been unblockable, then I could have sacrificed the Alseed to protect the Ginger Brute. Here, if they're going to hit the Ginger Brute, oh, they're going to borrow it back. Oh, okay, that's not so bad. I did lose all the stuff on it, but I can recast both, so I guess I can live with that. Alright, so I have 8 things in the graveyard, right? So they're both whatever big. Come at me. I am falling behind on casting Lurrus. So let's see what they do here. "22 life. Probably don't have removal, right? So, recast that. They're also stuck on 3 lands. They played 2 or 3 turns without a land drop with that Ruin Crab. Oh, there we go. 4 mana might be eat to extinction, unfortunately, or extinction event, right? That's not good. Maddening Cacophony, they mill 8. Okay, fine, without kicker. Are you sure about that? Because as soon as I cast my Lurrus, I'm going to be able to bring back a lot of cool stuff. Yep, okay. Well. Guess we'll do this. Whoops, I meant to make that unblockable. I was trying to get fancy and I did a little misplay. Needed to make that unblockable. What color is that again? Ooh, I was about to pick blue. It's black. Okay. That's odd. That's odd. That's odd. That's odd. Everything's odd. Sure. Come on, all I need is one more land. This will be pretty epic if it's one more land. Come on, one more land. Because then I can play Lurrus and then play... Okay, fine, another 8 cards on that. 18 cards left. Come on, land, come on, land. There's a land. Okay, this is what I want because then I can do this. And then replay. Oh, we'll go with the flyer. If I lose that, that's fine because I can just keep bringing it back with Lurrus. I have 1 card in hand plus a flyer. Ooh, they're gonna let that go through. Okay. Well, my Hushbringer is gonna stop their mill plan, so GG, I guess. They have 5 mana in total. Everything could get wrecked except my Hushbringer if they extinction event. Okay, Borrower in the air cannot block except in the air, so who cares, right? Okay, so let's do this. Let's finish the game here with an all that glitters and an unblockable. Can't be blocked. Attack with the only unblockable thing, and there we go. Okay, let's see there. You've gone for a bit. What'd you miss? Oh, you just walked in. Your good luck allowed me to win right here, and I ranked up to the next level. If you go back to the battlefield, so you haven't stopped by? Is it just me, or have you not stopped by the stream that much? I don't know. I'm like blanking on things. But welcome to the stream, and I just won. I was playing the standard 21 Lurrus deck. It had to be changed up after rotation, and I changed it up a little bit. I added that one priest that makes angels, because there we go. If you have 27 or more life, then you can make angels, so I had that. And then the opponent, I happened to be matched up against someone that loved milling. They maddening cacophoned me twice. They made me mill 16 cards, and I still won the game with 16 cards left in my deck because Lurrus brings back cards from my graveyard. And then what I did was I equipped Ginger Brute with the All That Glitters, and it made it into a 9/9. I made it unblockable, and then I got in for the final damage. So that's what you missed. Just a quick, not that quick, but how long did the time go? 23, 53, 22. Oh, I took longer than them, I guess. Didn't even feel like it. But yeah, welcome back to the stream. How's everyone doing? Anyone want some game codes for Magic Arena? I have a few game codes courtesy of Wizards of the Coast that I can give away. I'm going to pull those up. Click copy. Okay, so here's a game code. First come, first serve. Whoever grabs this and uses it, you have to take it and then use it. I'll put it in just a moment, but I'm about to put a game code into the chat. Whoever gets this code first. Hey there, Toad Boy, how are you doing? You're just in time. I'm about to put a game code. I've got 3 in total, so if people don't get it right away, I have 3 game codes that I'm going to give away right now in the chat. And the only catch is that the first person to copy it and paste it into Arena will be the one to claim it. So I'll put it in just a moment because you need to put it directly into Arena. You can't just copy it and no one else will because it's going to be public there. So if anyone wants that, start up your Arena in like 5 minutes, maybe 8:30. It's ready. That I just have to press enter, and then I'll put a game code in. I've got a couple more to give away too, so you're just in time there for some game codes. And Arena is updating. Yeah, it's gonna take a moment, so we'll wait a moment. If anyone, Jack, if you also want in on this, I know Stevie said he was lurking. Not sure who else is hanging out at the moment, but in a few minutes after Arena updates, you don't drop out your Steam alive. Sorry for that. No worries. You've been working hard on your Twitch. Yeah, no problem. Drop by whenever. You know, today you made it on time because I'm going to give away a game code in just a moment. But thanks for coming to visit and hang out. How's your own Twitch going? And Toad Boy, I haven't visited your YouTube in a little bit. How are both of yours' online presences going? Alright, so I'm trying to get these dailies. It took a moment to get paired up, so I got paired up with a silver player. That either means that their deck is really good and they're punching up to gold because I'm gold at the moment, or that means that the algorithm completely messed up and they paired me to someone that's possibly a little bit better than them, got paired up with them, so we'll see. I know that for myself, I've seen it that sometimes like I'm trying to get a match and it takes a while and it pairs you up with someone at another level, so we'll see how this goes. You've been working on a few projects, made a few videos lately. Okay, cool. So everyone, if you want to check out Toad Boy's YouTube, or if you want to check Jack's Twitch, I think what I can do here for a moment is, let me do this. How do I do this? Permit? Permiss or permit? What's the term? I can permit people to post. I can let people post. I think I can let people post their links. Let me do that one moment. But if you want to put your link in there for your YouTubes and Twitch and such, that'd be fine. Opponent goes first. There's a lot of good cards, but no creatures yet. Okay, turn 1 Fabled Passage, so that means that they're struggling for mana. That's what I would assume. Usually you want to play that on turn 4, so that is probably going to be bait if they have removal, I guess. Double black. Oh, that's going to be Agonizing Remorse. There we go. Plenty of great targets to take. Probably they're Swift because they're going to feel... Oh, okay. That's a good one too. Still in the issues when it comes to Twitch. You got two new followers. Well, you know, everyone starts somewhere, definitely. At one point I had, 1 follower on YouTube, and now I finally made it to 1,000. The sad thing is that it took me 10 years, literally. I've had my YouTube channel since 2009. Now, I didn't get too serious until like 2 years ago, but it still feels weird that I had my YouTube channel for 10 years. I just reached 1,000 followers, but after I really got into like the Magic content and comic books, that's when it really started. Oops, they're gonna remove. What are they gonna do with double black? They're gonna do that one Heartless Act, right? Double black Heartless Act. Heartless Act. Okay, so no problem. Didn't they see in my hand that I had a way to protect it? Fine. It's gonna die next turn, but at least it's gonna do 5 points of damage. They're going with Boros. What's Boros? Is Mayhem Devil still a thing? If they play an adventure card, into Liliana. Okay, that's not so bad, right? That makes everyone discard -3. Ah, man. Number of cards in your graveyard. So they did have 3 cards. They had 3 cards exactly in there. That is freaking fake, I guess. Guess here can try to bring Lurrus back. Unless they remorse me again. Each player discards, no problem. Go with what are passionate. Yeah, exactly. I was kind of like posting random things throughout the years, and then when I got more into Magic, that's when. Okay, so Ox plus a couple of cards. That's not suspicious at all. So. Let me see. Are they gonna do their removal? I have 1 removal protection. Yep, there they go. They're looking at it. How about a little bit of indestructibility? Whoops, they have 1 more. No, they don't. They just have the Fabled Passage. Yeah, they just have the Fabled Passage. Is that a bug in Arena? That's a bug, right? Oh no, never mind. The creature wasn't enchanted, so indestructibility didn't help it. Whoops, that was my mistake. I was so used to that it was the other card that would stop that. Well, they're gonna do the Liliana discard. I'm gonna lose my swift response. They're gonna bring back their Ox. Alright, let's go to the second game. They have too much advantage here. They've got a 4-2, they've got a Planeswalker, they've got more cards. Let's go to round 2. Okay, what do we want to do here in round 2? I don't have anything against Planeswalkers. Guess that big scary creature can be pacified. Pacify is going to be the best. Swift response. Probably have stuff in the graveyard, that's why they've got Liliana, so Tormod's Crypt on that. Alright, let's try that again. This is what I'm saying about the matchups. I'm gold, they're silver, but sometimes the algorithm pairs in interesting ways, so at least I get to go first. So when I get Thought Erasured on turn 2, they'll take out the Serpent. So turn 1 will be a Brute. Get in for some damage. Actually, I'll be able to cast it also on turn 2. I can play the Serpent on turn 2 for only as a 2/2, and then when they Thought Erasure me on turn 2, what would I rather lose? Well, I don't want to lose that Blessing. But most likely I will. So I guess what I'll do here is maybe set that up instead. Alright, so did they have the turn 2 Agonizing Remorse? Of course they did. Of course they did. So they'll probably get rid of the Stone, because that'll come in as a 3/3. Nah, they're gonna go with the Blessing because that gives protection. Okay, So that's fine. Although then now I don't have any... I don't have any protections for anything. So then they're gonna have removal. Well, if they have their Murderous Rider, they'll take out my Stone Coil, no problem. Oh, they're gonna do a Croaksa. Okay, fine. I'm gonna lose my land. We have a lot of card advantage. Actually, I'm gonna have them rage quit right here because their whole plan is to get Croaksa in the graveyard, which they just did, but then I seem to have a card that wrecks graveyards, so there goes your Croaksa. I got one of those. Okay. I could still get Agonizing Remorse. I want to bring Loris in, but then I don't have enough to make that kitty do stuff. So right here, Triton, sure. Trying to fill their graveyard again. Okay, my turn. How about this? Reading the card explains the card. If they don't get rid of that Ginger Brute next turn, that's game over. After the update, you can't even sign in. What's going on with that? It doesn't, maybe your password or something? That's really weird. What is it saying on your screen? Oop, and then there's the opponent, like, I can't handle that, because they don't have anything to do with my Ginger Brute. Oh, this is the third round. Okay, this is one for all the marbles. Do people still play marbles? When was the last time any of you played marbles? Tell me about that. For me, like 20 years or something? Or more? I don't remember playing marbles for a long time. So does anyone even get that expression anymore? Okay, they go first. No, this is all fine. Low casting costs, so we'll do this. The dangers, of course, is they have the removals, so my speaker's gonna croak very soon. Then when they remorse me, there's plenty of targets, but well, we can live with that. And keeping a one mana. Sure, when you have 0 casting cost spells. Okay, so I guess that maybe the speaker would have been a better first play, because when they remorse my hand, then I would be able to gain more of that life. See that? They got Agonizer Remorse every single time. Let's see if they go for the All That Glitters. Arena was a weird password requirement, so you change your normal password to be okay, but none of your passwords are working. You still have the ability, I think, to reset it again. Maybe go through the process of resetting it one more time. Yeah, so many good choices to take. Yeah, take that Solid Footing. It is really good. Come on, take Solid Footing. All That Glitters is very good as well. All That Glitters. Okay, fine. Get this speaker. Well, okay. Not great. I'm gonna keep that Tormod's Crypt in my hand in case they get FOMO about what is that other card in their hand. If they Croaksa me here, I'll just put the Sentinel's Eyes in the graveyard. Oh, you got it working good. Okay. So you have to change. Okay, here we go. More mana. That's what we need. More mana, more good. Okay, get me 3 more mana, getting very closer to making angels. 3 more life, I mean. We're wrecking that. Nah, we can kind of do something weird here. That's gonna cause me to, so it's not gonna get exiled because then that spell fizzles. Yeah, so that's a trick there. If that spike had killed my Alseed, it would have exiled it. But if the Alseed sacrificed itself to, if it Alseed sacrificed itself, it goes to the graveyard. Hey Stevie, you're back. Okay, so everyone that wants the code is ready. I'm about to put out a game code in the chat. I'm about to put a game code out in the chat if everyone wants it. It's going to be first come, first serve. Oops, they're looking at my Luras. Hey, that can bring stuff back from the graveyard. So I got a game code to give out. The catch is that you have to grab the code and use it right away because it is first come, first served. You have to copy it from the... Okay, that's not too bad. You have to copy it from the graveyard, and then you have to copy it from the chat, and then you paste it into Arena right away well, first of all, let's wreck their graveyard. You have to copy it from chat and paste it into Arena right away. It's first come, first serve. Oh man, I'm missing all these land drops. Okay, well... guess we'll go like this. It's not going to be enough. Actually, that will be enough. That'll give me 27 life. So then I can make an angel, and then that'll be a target in the air. Good. Tap it for an angel. Tormod's Crypt. Got another removal for their graveyard. Okay. Got a scry. After this match, whoever wins or loses, I'll put the code in the chat. So prep yourselves. Whoever wants to win it, it'll be first come, first serve. Whoever's fastest with the mouse. Croxa, sure. That removes my pacifism, I guess. But then I'm gonna destroy their graveyard with my Tormod's Crypt. So are you sure you know what you're doing, opponent? Because I do. Tormod's Crypt is a card that's been around 25 years. People do not know. Alright, let's just go more in like this. Gain 4 more life. And make another angel friend. Angels have a 0 casting cost. And then that saga totally dies because there's nothing in the graveyard. Gain X life versus the number of zombies you control. Oh, there we go. Getting a good game. Alright. Okay. So we got another victory right there. Very nice. Oops. Already going over to gold 1. Sure, I'll take that. Okay, so hey everyone, thanks for hanging out. Let's put in a game code into the chat right there. Kapow. First come, first serve. Whoever grabs that game code, when you claim it, let me know what it was, because my control panel over here makes it seem kind of weird, ambiguous about what this actually is. It doesn't really say what this is. It just says assorted booster pack game code. It might be a booster pack. Someone grab it and use it and then tell me what it was. So I also got a booster pack right here. Let's claim that. What cool card was that? Couple wild cards, very nice. And then Akiri, Fearless Voyager. Is anyone reading the Magic story? If you go over to the web browser, mtgstory.com, they're starting to publish stories again. Excuse me. They're starting to publish stories again, and the 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 story was best way back in Allegiance. What do you mean there? Allegiance? The story was best back during Ixalan Block, actually. So that's when Jace and Vraska were about to smooch. If you remember that storyline, that was a pretty cool story happening on the world of Ixalan. Then the stories got worse and worse, and then we got like a big famous author writing some really bad fanfic with War of the Spark, and then Throne of Eldraine was the last story they published, but they sold it as an ebook. And then after that, Magic's like, okay, you don't like the stories, you get no stories at all. Have I talked about my opinion of The Walking Dead? There's way smarter people out there with better opinions, but my opinion is I agree with all the negativity, unfortunately. I'm usually a very positive person when it comes to Magic, but I think the Walking Dead stuff... Walking Dead is kind of passé at this point. You know, the comic has been around since 2004. It just ended 1.5 years ago or something, issue 193. It was a surprise ending, actually. No one thought it was going to end, and then suddenly they published the comic, and like, game over, the book is over. The Walking Dead TV show, I remember the first season was amazing. I loved it. It was only like 9 episodes long, or 6 or something. And then the second season was like what? The first season was like a 10. The second season was like a 2. But then the third seasons through like the 5th seasons were great. But then after a while, it was like they're kind of really spinning their wheels, and people aren't quite loving the direction of things, and they weren't following the comics enough. And then they killed this person and that person, and Negan and all of that. And I kind of, unfortunately, hate watched it from like season 5 until like 8. And then the final season that I watched was when the Whisperers, when Alpha and Beta were like the big villains after the time jump with Judith, and then Maggie got kicked off the show and all of that. So I kind of feel like Walking Dead's a little passé now. So that's one strike. Like, the comic is over, the TV show, do people care about it as much as before? There's that. The other thing is that I don't like that these are... it's really interesting how some people have said this is like a second reserved list. You know, the reserved list are these cards that they will never reprint because blah blah blah. These are the second reserved list because currently Hasbro, parent company of Wizards of the Coast, has a contract with AMC and Robert Kirkman, I suppose, creator of The Walking Dead. They currently have a contract that says, yes, we're going to print Walking Dead cards. When that contract expires, and contracts do not last forever, when that contract expires, AMC then is not going to approve any more printings of Negan, or Rick, or Glenn, or Michonne, or Daryl. So those are no longer going to be printed ever again. Now, they're going to print possibly mechanically similar cards, but then like the people that bought the Secret Lair version plus the non-Secret Lair version will have multiple copies in one deck. It's like having Llanowar Elf plus Fyndhorn Elves plus that other one, Elf. So that's another strike. Walking Dead had some great stuff, just didn't belong in Magic, but Negan is such a good card. Mechanically, all the cards are good. People are saying Rick is one of the best human cards. But let's not say Negan is a good card. Let's say the card is a good card. The card that's stapled to Negan is a good card. This could have been anything like, you know, Phyrexian. Well, Phyrexians are not red, right? Negan is red, white, and black, right? Yeah, right. Negan is like pure black. We got Rick. Yeah, let's pull it up right here in the handy dandy web browser right here. Nowadays, you're going to be able to search on your search engine Rick, and there's a card that will appear. Actually, there's 25 cards called Rick. Trickster, I guess. But we got Rick today. There he is right there. Another strike about this, like, not to be a hater, but this art looks so awkward. Like, let's get a zoom in on that. Let's get a zoom in on that. The art looks so awkward and fan-ish. Like, this is way better than I can do, of course. I dabble in drawing, if people didn't know. But that art looks like, okay, look at this. Oh, this is the same artist. The same artist that drew Rick drew this, and this looks like amazing magic art. Archfiend's Vessel. They also drew. Well, they haven't drawn that many actually. They drew Teferi. That's cool magic-ish art. It's realistic but still cartoony-ish. This Rick and the same artist also drew Negan. Rick's pose is kind of awkward. Is that Tyrese back there? I don't recognize who she is there. And anyway, here's the new Rick. Rick, steadfast leader, 4 mana, human soldier. As Rick enters the battlefield, choose 2 abilities from either First Strike, Vigilance, or Lifelink. All humans you control, including Rick, each have the chosen abilities. So Rick, with 4 mana, comes in as a First Strike Vigilant 3/4, or as a Lifelink First Strike 3/4, and all your other humans get it. As long as you control 4 or more humans, and Rick counts, humans you control get +2. So Rick itself, eventually when you have 3 more humans, this is a 5/6 Vigilance First Strike. Rick is must-have for Commander humans, no doubt. Exactly. The art looks like kind of like fan art, doesn't it? Like, I don't want to be a hater, like this is way better art than I could ever do, but this looks like fan art. So it's like strike 10. I was starting to count the strikes of this, but strike 10 is. And then also the thing about, like, okay, the character of Negan, he's a sadistic rapist. Do we want that as a magic card? Okay, yeah, Nicol Bolas, like, destroyed a whole plane and enslaved them and made them into Eternals and all of that, and yeah, Nicol Bolas is like horrific and blah blah blah. This is a little too real for our fantasy game, isn't it? To have a sadistic rapist as a card in our games. I think the art on this one looks way better. I like this one a lot more, art-wise. But just conceptually the character of it. If it was like, you know, Zecundian the Cold-Blooded, okay, then I will do that. Yeah, he is. In the continuity of it all, you know, he had his harem of wives that chose to be under his protection. So, you know, that's a euphemism for, like, yeah, you're gonna have 5 wives during the apocalypse when you're the sadistic leader of this sadistic gang. Yeah, they totally want to be with you. Right, you have those arts where you could find in a Bible storybook. Yeah, they kind of look like that sort of like ethereal sort of. Let's look at all of them at once. That sort of like ethereal. Oh, this shows all secret layers. How can I see only Walking Dead? I guess you can't. I guess you can. I guess everything counts as a secret layer. You can't see it individually. Okay, fine. Show it to me by release date. Okay, they don't have that there. Okay, so treasure. Apparently now we have treasure for Rick's hat. That's kind of fun. So we have a couple of walkers. We've got that one walker that got the arm slice. We have that one walker that they pulled out of the well back in season like 2.5 or something. They got the bike zombie. I'm gonna try to set fire and distract the Glenn. I wouldn't drink that if I were you, Dale. Ah, Dale. And I'm sorry this happened to you, Rick. So we've got 3 walker tokens. Then we've got Negan. Then we've got Michonne. Then we've got here Glenn. Paolo Pugioni is the... So this has got Skulk. This is an ability they never even print anymore. This creature cannot be blocked by creatures with creature power. So your 2/2 cannot block, you know, your 10/10 cannot block this. Whenever Glenn deals combat damage, draw cards equal to its power. So you can do combat tricks and, you know, giant growth him, I guess. Or fight as one and draw a few more cards. Fact is, you want to play these cards. Yeah, and like, people can decide what they want to do, of course. It's their money, it's their fandom, etc. etc. I'm not going to gatekeep. People can play how they want. However, I do follow in line with Saffron Olive and the Professor saying the only way that we're really going to convince Wizards and Hasbro that this was a big mistake was to not buy these cards. Now, proxy them. I'm not advocating anything uncapitalistic, but if somehow your dot matrix printer printed a reproduction of that through some feat of magic, I wouldn't be against it. But I think to show that this was a bridge too far, you know, the professor was right when he was talking about Godzilla alternate arts. He was like, okay, it's an alternate name, it's still a magic card, we can live with it. But he was even saying back then, what's next? Star Wars cards, which I love Star Wars. What's next? Star Trek, he loves Star Trek more. What's next? Harry Potter cards. No one would have envisioned Walking Dead cards. But he had called it back then, saying, and this was just like 3 or 4 months ago, saying, what's next? If these Godzilla cards are popular, what else will Wizards slap on them? And if there were alternate names of existing cards, I think the community would be on board. Okay, great, I'm actually getting, you know, Glenolius, the voice of calm, subtitled Glenn, the voice of calm. I think people would have loved that. But to make these real magic cards, black border that can be played in real sets, I think that's too far. I finished watching the professor's video about this, and he had said what they could still do to fix this is these haven't even been printed yet. Other cards are printed months in advance. Secret Lair, supposedly, are not printed until people buy them. So, in theory, they could change these into silver border cards, official uncards. I think that's an amazing way to fix this. I think for the people that want these cards, like you're saying, you want to play with these cards, yeah, check them out. They're cool cards. I just don't want to keep saying to Wizards that everything they do is okay, because sometimes they don't do things that are okay. I think one way that they could fix that is making these silver bordered at the last minute. And then, of course, like if I'm going to play this in Commander in real life, when we can get back in real life or webcam, whatever, then we agree. Yeah, let's play Commander with Walking Dead cards. It's up to whatever people want to do with them. You're buying them because, well, they will be worth more. This is $50 for $100. They could probably... yeah, exactly. If there's many ways to play Magic, they're all valid, of course. And if people want to buy them for... increased value, that's totally fine. You know, back over here on my shelf over here, these are my complete sets of complete binders full of sets. They're not all complete yet, but ever since I got back into Magic, I tried to collect, because back when I first played Magic in the 90s, I never was able to complete a set of anything. And now that I'm a grown man with a job, I have a complete set starting from Hour of Devastation. Not everything is complete, like, you know, Ultimate Masters or whatever, and the recent sets are not complete yet. But that's one of the ways I enjoy Magic too, playing on Arena, playing in real life, playing Commander, and then trying to collect a complete set, so everyone can do it how they want. And then one day these will be my inheritance. My cat will inherit these one day, and he'll be rich. Let's get back to some gameplay. Oh, I was saying Akiri, she's in the new lore. She and Nahiri are traveling to go get some treasure. So maybe we'll look at the lore a little bit. Let's play a little bit more. I need to cast some blue or black spells. What can I play with blue or black? I know what I'll do. I'll play this vintage, totally annoying deck that used to get me up to... Actually, let's do this. I'm going to play this such a dumb deck. I hate playing this deck, but it's fun. Let's see if all of you can figure out what this deck is about. Hopefully you didn't see the name. Nahiri's kind of sus, definitely. If you saw her in the trailer, what's the next level beyond suspicious? Because, you know, voted out, airlocked, right? Nahiri airlocked someone. Spoiler alert. Anyway, let's see if you can guess what this deck is all about, because I play this deck sometimes for fun, and it is very fun for me, but not for the opponent. So Daniel, you will be the first victim right here. Like, no one expects to be countered on turn 1. So, yes, if you can't tell what my hand is, the deck is all counter spells. Except for a couple of cards. You played against this deck at one point? Yeah, so it's all counter spells. Right here they're going to try to bring in that one creature. Nope. Okay, they're totally scared now. As they should be. Oh, they're playing the Jace lands. Winged words. Nah, you don't deserve more cards either. There we go, that's what we want. Okay, so that can come in only... I need another land drop. We'll wait a little bit longer. Nah, actually we'll start to put the pressure in. This'll be pinging them at a 2/2 at a time. This looks like fun, in quotation marks, because it is. Okay, they're gonna pass. Very good. And I got all my counter spells. Double dipping in the chat. Look at that. Do you have 2 keyboards? How are you even able to chat on 2? Dasher? Sure, you can try to cast it. That's a thing you could try. Poor octopus went back to the briny depths. Ooh, that's another one that I want there. Very good. What are they doing? So it's pausing. So the best play here was that if I could have cast the Cutthroat and then counterspelled. Let's see if this will work. It's still pausing for them, so they have another play. In essence, capture that. Okay, fine. Resolve my borrower. I mean, my... what do you call them? And then, cancel that, so they lose it double, goes in. Okay. So my shields are down. And they're passing. Okay. So probably still more flash creatures. Yep, still pausing for combat. They're looking at my graveyard. How many more counter spells can they have? The answer is all of them. Haven't tuned this deck in a while. Another Dashy, fine. Let's also stop that and maybe mill them a little bit. Oh, there goes your Talrand. And then I'm shields down here, so okay. Are they gonna finally play something? Nope, they're still doing that. Fine. Now the only thing that I've got left are cards that... well, if they brazen borrow me some more... okay. Okay. So... we got one of those in. Sure, we can actually tail Zen that. You don't get a card draw. Yes, it is possible to stop your card draw. And, man, a Curious Ob. Well, how about another negate? Oh, the humanity. Unless they have another one. They had another one. Okay, fine, they'll attack. They're all tapped out. They're gonna block with my... with the Seeker. And I only have that. Okay, well... this is where I need to hold back. Because if they don't attack with that Brineborn, they lose the Curious Obsession. If they attack... well, if they attack with anything... winged words... nah. Yeah, one more thing in hand. What will it be? Whoops, you forget that this has reach, perhaps? This is a reach creature. Alright, they're down to 2 cards if they don't attack with this. Oops, another Curious. Okay, so we got a trade here. There we go. Okay, well, let's see if I top deck my creature. Azcanta. Aznopta. Get one more land here for safety. Either I win by hitting them enough with like a big creature, or them rage quitting because they counter everything. Or I might lose when I run out of tricks. So I got 2 counter spells left, so okay, four counter spells. They're counting. How many more counter spells do you have in there? All the negates, all the sirens. Let's mill you also. Whoops, they're gonna try to... Guess not. Okay. Nothing great. Another pass. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That if I have to deploy all my counter spells, I've got them. Last minute spectral. Well, I guess what I could do is I could let it resolve, and then when you try to pay 4 mana to draw cards, pay 4 mana to draw cards, and then cancel that. I have 2 more mana. This deck is so cruel. Sure. I'm on a 15 turn clock. Okay, there we go. Obviously, I want to cast a huge Serpent, but they've got 8 mana, so they probably have counter spells. So I need to pay 3, 4, 5. I have 7. I have 8 in total. I can bring out a 3/3, and then I've got enough for counter spells. So fine, we'll do that. Yeah, exactly. Let the sailor resolve so that then can do fun stuff. So if I bring that in as a 3, I want it bigger, of course. But if I bring it as a 3/3, then I've got enough for the Thought Collapse plus the capture. So I think that'll be good enough. I want it to be a big old 8/8, but then that'd be too much. Essence capture. Well, let's try to counter that. Okay. Mill them 8-bit. One more essence capture. Okay, well. And they're 4 mana for draw. Okay, this is where my deck might run out of steam now because the only thing I've got is 1 creature counter spell. Might as well use it. They have probably 2 more Curious Obsessions in the deck. That's just a land for me, so the only thing that I have there is to just fake that I've got something. This overall, this deck, my deck is, I'm gonna have them take me down all the way. So this deck, the win condition is very specific. It went downhill for me when I blocked their 3/3. When I blocked their 3/2 enhanced Curious Obsession creature. So I had to trade. I was a 3/3, they were a 3/2. So I didn't have any more attackers. And that's when I didn't have any more pressure to put on to them. And right now I've just been top decking some lands. They've gotten a lot of cards, so they're gonna win. But again, this is kind of a joke deck that I have here. It's all counters except for 2 creatures. You know, 4 copies of 2 creatures. So, let's see on round 2. Now, clearly they're going to be able to pay for this, but one more from Hell's Heart. I stab at the counterspell. Yeah, no way to come back. But let's see on round 2 of this. So they're going to Spell Pierce. I can pay the Spell Pierce too, so this is just like a fun counter war right here. This is an old deck. I haven't played this deck like since the middle of 2019 or something. I haven't tuned it, I mean. So yeah, Ugin should definitely be in there. I just haven't tuned it in a long time. So okay, let's do round 2 again. It's all fake. Well, I guess I tuned it a little bit with Ikoria. I just put more counter spells in there, and then I forgot about the deck. So more counter spells. Counter spell for 4. We have plenty of counter spells. I guess another Ugin's Conjurant. Gonna minimize a couple of these and then put in more Conjurants, more creatures. And then eventually that needs an Ugin. Or 4. So at least they'll have a great story, right? Daniel is a level 4 silver, and they've been battling fiercely with a level 1 gold. So if they do manage to defeat me all of these times, then the thrill of them coming in and defeating a gold player is something that they will tell their grandchildren for generations to come. Okay. So clearly that will be Curious Obsession on turn 2. So if okay, we'll see here. If they don't block this, they're going to do Curious Obsession turn 2. So if I hold on to my Tail's End, I will stop their card draw. And then after that, see, there we go. They're going to hit me. They're going to want to draw a card. I'm going to say nay to thee. Oh man, Spell Pierce, okay. At least I'm depleting their... hand. Missed a land. We have 3 mana, that's enough for Brazen Borrower. They had a lot of flash creatures, so... So, I missed another land drop. I'll pass with that, sure. They're gonna flash out probably the Octopus, maybe. They're gonna hit me, draw a card, 4 mana, must be nice. I'm gonna try to counter that card draw, but they probably have a counter spell as well. The random nature of it all. Plus they... still have 2. So I didn't get very good draws. Obviously, I kept way too many of these X creatures. I assumed I'd get more mana, but... Alright, so they're gonna have a counter spell. If I try to bring out my Cutthroat, they'll counter it. And if I try to counter this, they're gonna counter it back, probably. Oh, okay, I guess I can live with that. Way too much advantage as well. They've got 5 mana. I'm going to try to flash in the Brineborn at the end of the turn. least I'm gonna get my daily. Definitely. It was like play 30 blue spells, and I'm sure I played 500. And I haven't played the deck in quite a while, so I don't quite remember when was the last time I really played it. Okay, I've got a essence capture. I would have rather that my brine resolved, and then I would have gotten the extra trigger. But it's still a weak blocker. Okay, they have 1 blue mana left, so that is clearly a sailor. So I have to, if I attack with everything, they're obviously going to block my cutthroat because they don't want it to grow. If I only attack with the Ugin, then I lose a turn, and right now we're racing to get to beat each other. So one of these two's got to get sacrificed. And even if they flash in, oh man, even if they flash in their 1/1, they're just going to wipe my board. Because they're going to flash in their Sailor, block my Cutthroat because it's puny, and then block my Ugin's Conjuring because they've got a way to kill it. Then they just have the Siren, and they're just going to keep card advantage. So there's no reason to attack here. But then I already lost because then they're going to have these air attacks that I can't deal with. Another Curious. Yeah, so they're still holding that back. This is a waste to try to cancel it, but I'll get the trigger on the Cutthroat, but they can just bounce it back. Nothing great milled. Another Siren, that's their 3rd Siren. Simply a Tail's End. There's no way to beat this opponent anymore. I'm stuck on 3 lands. They have all the lands that they need. Plus they're going to be doing 4 in the air. If I try to cast this Conjuring, it'll just get countered. So they'll probably have another one. There's all the 4 Sirens. And that's amazing. One more Curious Obsession, why not? So, yep, this is totally game over. One final cancel on that. What is their final card? And then for fun, I'm going to play these Ugin's Conjurance for 0. It even prompts you, are you sure you want to make that bad decision? Pay. Confirm 0. Yes. Are they going to counter it? That'd be dumber than what I'm doing. Look at that, you can cast it as 0. So then we'll GG them there. Because they have 3 attackers, I have 1 blocker, so that's it. They're going to bounce that back for 4 whole mana. And then instead of going in for the kill, they're just going to spin their wheels a little bit more to feel, I beat a gold player. And another Obsession. Well, I guess that's enough indulgence. Yep, so this deck was completely of a joke, as you can see. It's very annoying, and at least the opponent was was a sport about it because they kept playing even though other people would clearly just be like noping out of there. Actually, I'm gonna play something else here. I'm almost at the blue. Let me play like a real blue deck. That was just like fake. I don't really want to tune it at the moment, but I've got another one over here. I was playing this John Calcano blue deck that's like a real try-hard deck. I believe he won a tournament or two with it. This is a real deck. Let's see if we can. I'm just also trying to get the dailies. So, another silver player. That's weird. So I don't know what that means. That like that silver player is so good that that silver player is so good that that they need a challenge with a gold player, or that the algorithm is weird, or what? Alright, so got two Terrymanders, so if they kill it, I got another one, and then I know what they have. Okay, good. I haven't played this deck in a little while too, but I think the better play might have been to play the Storm Tamer so that when I counter their creature here, one of those, fine. We're trying to do spells matter. Card draw. I have no counter spell for their spell, but I've got counter spell for their creature. Azor's Gateway, no one plays that card. Ooh, look at that animation, haven't seen that in a while. That one is a Rivals of Ixalan. Draw, then exile. Let's see if they can get their amazing ability to happen. Discontinuity. Yeah, this opponent's playing an interesting pile. Ooh, there's a Jin. Are they gonna bounce it back? I'm kind of shields down, and I didn't get a mana. I think I remember with this deck, like it was very tight that the mana. I think I'm remembering that you had to have like a perfect hand or mulligan, something. Alright. Yeah, you're gonna have a Kraken, but I've got air. Plus I'm hitting for 4. That's 6 in the air. That's pretty cool art on that. Getting a neutralize. That's fine. Guess what I'm just holding out for is to essence capture something. Who knows if they're playing creatures. Three cards so far. Next Lotus. Okay, that loses them a turn. But it could be a big mana play. Where was my Spell Pierce when I needed it? Fine. Next turn it's game over unless they, I guess, take out my Jin. Okay, they're just gonna mill me, I guess. No, that's gonna be double card draw. Yeah, they're gonna draw another card to make a Kraken on the ground, but I've got lethal in the air. They could have like they could have unsubstantiate or something and bounce back my Jin. Kraken time. Drown secrets. Let's just counter that. Try to count. Now they're gonna pay for it. And then they're gonna panic and make their Kraken. But they're out of mana, so that's fine. This is... okay. Doesn't look like they're targeting my stuff, so I guess Dive Down can get taken out. I can Entrancing Melody that Kraken. The Kraken's got a casting cost of 0. I could also counter spell when they get 8 counters on it. So they were playing mono blue. So how's everyone doing in the chat? Holding up? Having some fun-ish here in the old stream? I'm gonna take a little break. I think bathroom break, and then I'm gonna go get a drink. Going to refresh my drink. It was first water, and then it might be something else when I come back. Alright, so they go first. This assumes I get a lot, so unfortunately that's a bad hand. And that's also pretty bad, so... guess that's better. Doesn't seem like they are going to... Doesn't seem like they're doing much targeting, so I guess... Let's see if this Curious Obsession does its job. They were kind of spinning their wheels a little bit last game. I'll have enough here to Obsession and then Spell Pierce just in case. It paused for a moment. Okay, so get this train started. Sure. Now I have overabundance of lands. Sahili, we don't need. Coming up the works. Okay, well, there's some more air power. Here's too late. Okay, that'll mill me. That kind of takes off a turn. And now that's coming in with 6 damage. And card draw. And a wizard's retort. Thassa. Thassa's gonna blink back the Teferi, like... I'll just counter this because that's like their master plan, so I don't know. This was completely different from the previous player that I don't know what they were gonna try to do, a super mill strategy with the tutelage, I guess. 40 cards. Vizier of Tumbling Sands. What is this? Tap another target permanent. And they're like, never mind. Okay, well, that kind of seemed a little different in terms of skill low, but okay. Let's take a little break. I'll be right back in a moment. Maybe some... I do have a real-life Crack-a-Pack to do in a little bit. Got those rewards. Take a little break. Be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back. Let's do some more gameplay. I need another coaster, but I freshened up my drink, and hopefully this will give me the power to defeat my opponents, because the next thing I want to play here is a Zendikar constructed event. There is a brand new event going on at the moment right here. It's got a little cute mascot, the, what's this called again? Something something Canyon Jerboa, I believe. So, looking at it that close up, it looks a little freaky. When it's a little card, it's kind of cute, but when it's that big, it's kind of a little weird. So, what this is Zendikar only cards. Bring a deck and play games using cards only from Zendikar, you'll receive rewards. Okay, so it's only Zendikar cards. Let's see how that goes. Yeah. On the one hand, you look at it and you say, ah. But on the other hand, you look at it and you say, ah. Because it's just interesting, isn't it? Okay, so let's see about playing this event. It, I don't think I have any deck ready for it. Yeah. So the closest thing that I have to a Zendikar only deck is that one cat deck that I was trying to put together. Here, so let me clone that and then see if I can make it more Zendikar-y. So first of all, Kahira cannot be here. Second, this needs to be Zendikar constructed. There we go. Okay, so no Banishing Light, no Cat, Loras, Kahira, Felidar, or Vivian. So that brings it down to only 43 cards. So how many of these do I have? Do I want all 4? Yeah, I've got a couple of wild cards to spare, so we'll put that in there. Felidar, so it's all cats. What other cats do I have here? Oh, I have the cat lady. Mesa Lynx. I could do the healer. Yeah, let me try this. So we're gonna put cat lady in here, and then what sort of life gain spells do I have? Not too much in white. What about green? Oh, the nectar pot. Scale heights. No, that's... yeah, that'll work. Okay, so we'll put that. That'll gain me some life. And then the last cards, I need some removal. So what sort of removal do we have? What sort of removal is there here? Instants or sorceries. Okay, I guess practice tactics is going to be one of the best. And I've got some of this Smite the Monstrous. But if it's big, oh, we have Rabid Bite. Okay, I think we'll try that. So this is mostly cats. But we've got... let's add some cool planes though. A cool forest. Alright, let's give this set a invalid. Oops, I guess that's something in the sideboard. Everything's not good in the sideboard. Well, that event doesn't even have sideboards, so let's see how that goes. So play this constructed. This is the only valid deck I have at the moment. Warning, once submitted. Oh yeah, okay, fine. So let's play a little bit of that. Okay, Root Gracer and Cat Tactics plus Healer. Adequate. So always say hello to the opponent before defeating them. Okay, turn 2, Root Grazer, turn 3, Cat. So here's the big brain play. I can play my third land. I guess it's not that big of a brain play. If I had a fourth land, it would be a big brain play. But so what I could do here is guarantee to bring back my land, although that'll push me back from healer, but I don't have any life gain stuff yet, so I guess I'll bring the land back to my hand to guarantee a land drop. The opponent's still dirtling around, gaining land. Okay, I would have had a fourth land. Oh, I can still do a fourth land once I attack right here. 2 attackers, play another land, drop it there. I will bring out one of these cat ladies in case I gain life. I'm at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm at 8 damage, and they're I've put in this angel. Okay, well, I need to deal with that, and I don't have the right land to deal with it. Okay, fine. Alright, I think I have to do something interesting here. Okay, I have to attack with that. Okay, that's good. Alright, it took a little bit of effort, but that took out the big old scary creature. Core Celebrant, sure. Gain 1 life. Do you have another creature to play? No, okay. A land drop, I don't really need lands. Well, what I can do actually is this. I can... That's not enough lands, actually. I couldn't play the Cat Lady plus give lifelink. Oh man, they're gonna have a combat trick here. Or not, okay. That's a good one. Flying and first strike. Okay. All I need to do is get one white mana. That's close. That's even better, actually. Guess I'm fine losing one cat lady. Twice the number of creatures in your party. My party's only 1, so it only deal 2 damage in total. It only works with attacking or blocking, so that won't do anything. Another life gain, okay, double life gain. So if I can get one more white mana, that's not a white mana. Just go all in. Oh, they're gonna take out the cat. That's 2 in total. And that's a perfect 0. Okay. All right. The opponent kind of was holding on to... This is a bug that is introduced in the most recent update, that it pretends like it levels you up, but it just gets stuck. If you're not playing the ladder, it doesn't actually level you, so that's kind of weird. It's just animating. So how's everyone today? What time did you wake up today? I had to do a business thing, so I got up at 6:30 a.m. today, and I felt like a zombie for several hours. I couldn't even comprehend the world. I went to bed early-ish, but still, it was... I still couldn't sleep. I'm not a morning person. Oh, look at that total. You got 425 points. That means you can crack up to 4 rewards. So redeem those rewards that I've got down at the bottom of the screen to get some sweet stuff. Alright, so Feladar's on until turn 4. Well, I get to go first. Fandorago is the opponent. Always remember to say hello to the opponent before you wreck them. Woke up at 9:30. Oh, that's kind of early. I know you've gotten... Sometimes you've also yourself been more of a slightly later time person, right, I believe? Because you weren't able to take a lot of morning classes back in the day. But yeah, I had to get up at 6:30 in the morning. Cannot believe it. Okay, so clearly they're going to want to gain their life gain. So what I could do is I could drop my land. Adventure, that's pretty worthless. Alright, so that's going to guarantee that. Get some tramples in. You sleep until 3. Yeah, that definitely happens. I haven't... Feladar, I gotta get rid of that, but I have no way to get rid of it. Do I? Nahiri's Binding... Does Nahiri enchant creature or planeswalker? Whoops, okay, well, that's not good. So instead... Drop a land, make these things bigger. Play this for the air. I guess I'll save the rabbit bite for a certain term. In case they bring something big. So back in the day when I had less... Uh-oh, Scute Swarm not good, but I'm still in the air, so... Fine. At least they don't play a double Scute. Fine. Here's what we gotta do. We got to not mess around and bite that. Then... I don't think they'll triple block this. Even double blocking is gonna do it. Whoops. I should have played something else. That's gonna do 0 damage. That only applies... I don't even know why I have that in the deck, actually. Yeah, if they didn't get rid of that flyer, next turn is lethal. They're a blocker as well. Ooh, double of those. Well, the opponent is feeling really good about themselves at this point. Little do they know that I'm about to ruin this person's whole career. Whoops. I forgot to drop a land. That would have been game over. I forgot to drop a land. I forgot to drop that land. That would have been game over. Pin your streak for when school gets back in session. You can do morning classes next time. I need a coaster for this. Oh, they're gonna pass that on to. Oh man, that would have been. That would have been. It might still be. Well, it doesn't have trample. Guess we'll make a cat so that we can spread out the attack. Okay. They need a blocker. What do they need here? They need 2 blockers, 1 in the air. Okay, they need Plummet. I believe Plummet is in this set, maybe? A Jerboa, that doesn't do anything. Now let's see if they do this the right way. They have to create. They did it the right way, but it's still. Oh well, I guess they are gonna put something in the air still. We have 1 thing in the air, which is fine. Okay, let's another cat. Drop another land. This time, put counters on things. This is like their final play. At least they keep making cats. Well, can they equip? No, they can only equip one thing. Okay, and they're like, I had enough. Okay, so have I. Hoping they begin session again next year. So I work at 2 colleges, and I'm pretty sure on one college they have said, at the other college they've said that they're not going to do in-person classes next year. But at Southwestern, I don't recall if that's there yet, what their protocol will be. But again, it's not just a matter of opening things up. It's like, how are things going to change? And we're only going to be able to take like 10 people in a classroom instead of 30. And putting more stuff outside, like if we're doing computer classes, that's not going to work because you know, computers are in a lab. If you're doing art classes, okay, those can be done outside with distancing and such. But things are definitely going to change. It's not just a matter of opening up anymore. And even if this vaccine comes, we're not going to be able to get it until like next year. No matter what outlandish lies are being spewed. So things are going to change. If we start counting like way back in March, if we count next March, that's only a year. Yeah, it's a whole year, but that's only a year of this, and this is like unprecedented. So we'll see how it goes. Ooh, turn 1 play on the opponent. What are they gonna play? Okay, so turn 2 Grazer, then Scale, then Rabid. Okay, another Selesnya player. Oops, that's a very good card. That is a very good card. So what I need to do... It's already going to be a 3-3. Scutes. Okay, I need to wreck the Scutes, actually. Okay. Trying to protect your Scutes, eh? Now I have Vigilance, so we'll give you a little tap. I thought that practice tactics was better than I thought, but it only relies on party, and I haven't had much party, so that's not good. Another Scute, you are lying. Plus to get a land drop. I guess they don't have a land drop. They don't have a land drop at least. Okay. What I want to do is that practice tactics in a moment. Alright, so best case scenario, they pass it to me. They don't make another Scute. Well, they're still far from... Well, fine. I can live with that. Sure. Binding, fine. Putting it on themselves. Actually, what I want to do... That practice tactics is horrible now that I keep looking at it. Guess I'll hold on to that if I've got more Death Touch critters. Reclaim, okay, well, it's gonna get double Scutes. Well, that's pretty big. They're gonna play their 6th mana. I don't think I'm gonna be able to win this. I'm gonna need 2 rabid bites because they're gonna play their 6th land. That'll copy their. That will copy their Scute Swarm, so then I have to get rid of both of them because now it's a perfect copy, and it's just gonna keep doubling itself. So I have to get a rabid bite, and then hope that they don't drop another land. I can keep blocking that 8/8 without too much of a problem. So I need a Nahiri's Binding activated abilities. You just realize the Walking Dead cards wouldn't be worth anything if they came in non-standard legal packs. But the fact that we have to pay $50 for 5 probably means they will be all around $10. That sounds a little too smart for me to answer at the moment. Let me answer that one moment. Let me throw this cat at an 8/8. So what do I need to do? I need for them to miss land drops. Number 1, for 2 turns. What I need is to get 2 rabid bites. That's not a rabid bite. So I guess what I'll do here is they're obviously going to block with their Death Touch creature, so Practice Tactics will do its thing. This is the Zendikar only format. This is the special event that they're having for a few days, and it's Zendikar only cards. As you can see, the opponent has. They're going to try to do the Scute strategy. I'm doing the cat strategy. But this is the event that's going on at the moment. Zendikar only. I guess what I could have done is I could have put more damage on that Scythe Cat. They're looking at it like, what was that card that you did on me? Come on, no land drop. No land drop. Return the basic land to the owner's hand. Sure. Oh, there's their land drop. Okay, so we're dead. This Scute is just gonna get out of control. That is an 8/8. Can I take 8 damage? Probably. Why does it keep saying target a cleric? I don't want to target their cleric. Well, that's not what I needed, so, this is about to end. Yeah, I never got what I needed here, which was to remove those Scutes as soon as possible. I didn't get any more of my removal cards. So Okay, so I don't think I can live on the next turn because that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in total. So let's just move on. But I got 2 wins so far. Yeah, if I only had the removal for that Scute when I had the right chance. That's what happens on that. Okay, let's keep going. Only 1 loss. Actually, what I'm gonna... Oops, I was gonna pause it to go refill my drink. Well, I have everything that I need, but it's a very slow deck. So clearly that means that I'm gonna get MtG Goldfish front page. They're saying stop giving Wizard your money. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier when you asked about the secret layer. I was saying that Saffron Olive and the Professor both had like a really strong opinions. Okay, well this is game over. Turn to Lotus Cobra, they're gonna go into everything amazing, so I'm not even gonna bother with that. That is a tier 1 deck. And I'm just playing cats, so I'm not gonna waste my time. Alright, let's claim these. Let's claim these rewards. 300 gold, very nice. Makindi Stampede, dumb. Momentum Rumbler, dumb. And Tangle Floor Heater are all pretty dumb, but I guess. I want to play a little bit of Brawl, actually. So I've been playing with the updated Brawl Ren and Siri deck, the Cats and Dogs deck. That's a pretty fun one. Oops, I forgot one more time. Okay, Omnath. Well, it's Omnath in Brawl, so it probably will be okay. If this were Omnath in a regular standard game, I would nope out of there so hard. But this will work, because then I have turn 1 Savior, and then a Mana Acceleration and such. It's crazy that it's posted on MTG Goldfish when it would be in the best interest of support Wizards. Yeah, I think they're telling it very truthfully that specifically what they're saying is don't give them your money for Secret Lair. And I agree on that, like he goes on to, if you read the article, he goes on to say also like there's a cycle that goes on, which is that Wizards does something we don't like, we complain about it, they either walk it back or do nothing, and then we forget about it and buy their product. Okay, never mind, this opponent definitely is tuned, so I'm not going to waste my time on that. That was way too CEDH. They're going to play, like, they're going to do double landfall, so they mulligan perfectly. I thought I was going to be able to play an opponent that wasn't going to be CEDH tier 1, but it's very easy to do that. Okay, actually, what I said I was going to take a little break, so I need to refill my drink, so it's going to be a super fast while I go over there to the kitchen where I keep my grown-up beverages and refill this drink before I proceed. Alright, we're back. That was just a quick detour, and that bottle ran out faster than I thought. It didn't feel like I bought it that long ago, but somehow it already ran out. Pax's Mickey is the opponent. Okay, that's fun. I get all my colors, plus a turn 1 play, plus a turn 2 play, plus a board wipe just in case. Thank you. Just a quick one. So, on the lore aura, is a character that is helping Nahiri. So, on the first episode, there's been 5 released so far, but I've only read 2 so far. On the first episode, Nissa and Nahiri join together to do a little adventure. Then on the second episode, Nahiri recruits a team to help her, and Aura is part of that team. So the opponent that I'm playing against is part of that. Just replying to a text right here. Oops, impassioned orator, not good. Okay, next turn. Guess I'll bring out... I want to bring out my commander, but I know that they're gonna and that was a misplay. Oh man. I needed to have played my freaking cat first, then drop the land. And in Orzhov colors, the opponent is clearly going to have a lot of removal. This is the one when a cleric dies, return clerics. Okay, that'll be annoying. I don't have a Tormod's Crypt to get rid of it. Let's see if I didn't... I'm sure they're gonna have removal. I doubt that they don't have removal in an Orzhov deck. Now what I could do, of course, is wipe the board eventually with that Realm Cloaked Giant. Okay, I can live with that. I do have the Selfless Savior, so that can save my... Okay, good. Now what I can do here... and do 2 damage to something eventually. Let's see about this. They could triple block Expedition Healer plus that Warrior and then bring back that Cleric and gain some life, I guess. Easy. That's the new Ajani's Pride Mate as soon as you gain life. I can do 2 damage to something. That's a big one now. Three, four, five, six. They have 6 now. And I guess what I'm going to need to do is wipe the board. But first, we'll take this out. Sure, that's a thing you could do as well. Alright, now do I have enough mana for this? 3, 4, 5. Oh, let me put that out to scry. So people are kind of talking about changing commander to cap. No, they're not. That's just Mitch talking about that, and it's not gonna happen. Like, no offense to Mitch. I loved his stuff, but after quarantine, I kind of don't love his videos anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He definitely did a video all about Captain, but no one's gonna follow along with that. And unfortunately, this is the thing about the Magic community. Again, that like Saffron Olive is saying, don't buy Magic products. But the problem is that the people get outraged, and then it blows over, unfortunately. So I did hear about Captain, but like no one's gonna want to play that. Let's see if they fall for this. If they try to block that to bring something like, okay, I guess not. Next turn, they have a lot of stuff to bring back. How Mitch attacks. Yeah, I do too. Like, the thing about Commander is, I like that it could be like a really fun, expressive sort of thing. Like, I'm gonna build a cat deck, I'm gonna build a vampire deck. But then people just make it so competitive, so fast, and it's not fun. I played Commander in real life a lot, and I used to play with a group that was like way more about fun. Like, that group was like, oh, I don't want to attack you, I'm gonna roll the dice to decide who I'm gonna attack. Like, people were like very casual, they just wanted to extend the game and play. Then I went with another play group, and they were a little bit more about like, yeah, I'm gonna get the best cards that I can and no mercy. It's like, I don't know, that's not fun. So I definitely see that tuning the deck and getting super competitive is a detriment. Like, Magic has changed too much. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to deal with this deck, so let's move on. They've got all of their strategy in place. They've got their life gain, they've got their recursion for the graveyard. I don't have any graveyard hate, so it's just going to be back and forth, a waste of time to try to deal with them. The only way that I would have been able to deal with that opponent is if I had Tormod's Crypt or Soul Guide Lantern to clean their graveyard out, because we saw there like 2 or 3 times they brought stuff from the graveyard, so I wasn't going to be able to deal with that. Other than how opponent counterspells, aka blue, is CDH is pretty fun. Where CDH is there's a lot of choices for your deck. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to play competitive decks in Commander. Commander, I think a lot of people forget the philosophy of Commander. Commander is the only format that has a philosophy. Every other format is like destroy your opponent as soon as possible, except Kitchen Table, I guess. Commander is designed from the beginning to be a fun, casual format, and unfortunately the competitive people have made it way more than that, which then seeps into the general population. So Like, I fell into it too when I was playing with this latest play group. We were also a little too much into, yeah, I'm gonna buy the best cards. You know, I'm not gonna buy like the most expensive cards, but I'm gonna buy the best cards. And after a while, like, this is just an arms race. This is just people, you know, playing with their wallets. And especially when we went over to digital, playing online only Commander, it's like, yeah, everyone's wanting to play the most broken cards, and like, I don't want to play that. So I haven't played with them in a little while because a little bit too CEDH for my tastes. And well, more formats. There's an infinite number of formats because whatever your play group is, you can decide what to play. You can play a modified version of Commander or whatever. And I think a lot of people, what they also do is they don't play the they don't follow the spirit of Commander, which I can pull it up on the website, but it's basically a non-competitive casual format for deck expression. You know, that's the big idea with true Commander. So what if everyone moved to only playing proxies and refused to do FNMs? FNM is already kind of like a little bit more competitive, I think, for people. And I think the people that are most entrenched, I don't think like casual people are going to FNM, especially nowadays. So, hey there, Rick. Talking about the latest Secret Lair screw up. Actually, no, I'm not.
It is I, Evil Mage, who is talking about the latest Magic the Gathering screw up, and I am here from the Oblique to talk about how Wizards of the Coast has failed us again. Failed.
Get out of here, Evil Mage. This is my stream. Get out of here. So I'm glad we got him out of here. He was going to be very problematic. So, yeah, back to the regularly scheduled stream. Wait a minute. I see him coming back. He's trying to claw his way out of the oubliette over there. Oubliette. I'll pronounce it correctly one day, actually. There he is.
Yes, I have returned to lead you all into the Zoth wastelands. So clearly you must follow me into the dark depths.
Get out of here, Evil Mage. I've got to get back to the gameplay. There we go. We disenchanted him back to the Dark Realms. The Shadow Zone, the Shadow Sphere, whatever it's called. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm at like 8 life. Like, Evil Mage has come in and he has totally wrecked my stuff, and I'm not even playing properly because I'm getting distracted. But okay, let's summon some of these cats over here. This is the best stream ever. I think this might be like a common occurrence. I am able to summon Evil Mage a lot easier than ever before, so I think that will. I'm dealing with this. Okay, so this is Brawl, obviously, and Brawl is like the Commander Junior, and props kind of to the opponent. They've gone with a sort of mutate deck, and I think that's kind of cool. But overall, they've that's how I like to play the Brawl or Commander decks, because you know, going with a topic of things
True commander and brawl is when you follow Rule 0 and play against your opponents that also believe in the social contract, and all of the CEDH players can go into their own corner. But here, where we play nicely.
Yep, sage advice. Oh, here we go. Angle of Rize, you can get your stream to load. There we go, finally. Did the raid not go through? What happened there? I didn't see. Thank you for that, Angle. The raid came through. I think I didn't see the pop-up that it happened, but I totally appreciate that. But if you're trying to raid me, sometimes this stuff acts all weird, especially Twitch. So thanks for that, if you were able to raid or not. How was your day? How's everyone visit? Everyone's jumping in on the stream now, so welcome. Should we do now? This is not a giveaway. Don't get your hopes up. But the other thing that I wanted to do besides doing a little bit of gameplay was I was going to do the RC should have supported the community. Could have. Have been pretty good. I woke up way too early today. I woke up at 6:30 in the morning to go do a business thing earlier. And now that was not fun. I felt like a Walking Dead zombie. They don't call them that, do they? And then we're playing a little stream. So anyway, this is not a giveaway, but this is a nostalgia thing over here. When I got back to Magic in 2017, the set that was already out at that time was Hour of Devastation. So the first set that came out brand new when I was back into Magic was Ixalan. So I have a little nostalgia for Ixalan because that's the first set that came out when I got back into Magic that was like brand new. And I remember getting cards from this shop that closed down called Arcane Nova. And the owner there was really cool and really cool guy, but he was going to go off to like medical school or something, so he had to close his shop. But yeah, me and Stevie there in the stream also, we played some of, I think we did a booster draft of this or Dominaria or something. I don't know. It's all a blur now. But if we look over here on the history of Magic, everyone's favorite search engine for Magic cards. If you go look over here, if you do the math, Ixalan came out in September 29th, 2017. That was almost exactly 3 years ago. So, to celebrate that, I got back into Magic in 2017. That's been 3 years. And to celebrate that the first set that I played when I got back into Magic was Ixalan, I will crack these packs. Now, there's one of each. And last week, when I was sponsored by Wizards of the Coast, I was giving away cards. So these I'm going to keep these because I want to have the nostalgia of them on stream and such. But that's the plan. Let's do a little pause right now and open and crack at least one of them at the moment, and we'll get back to some gameplay. So it's been 3 years since we both got back into Magic. Yeah, time flies, exactly. Very quickly, right? So I have a little, I'm such a nerd. I have a little calendar thing that I set up here when I got back into Magic because according to, I'll pull it up here. You can't see it because I don't have it on my stream cam here, but I have a little My History of Magic thing. And when I got back into Magic, what did I call it? So many notes. Just one moment. I know that I have a thing where I wrote down here when I got back into Magic. What did I call it? Return to Magic or something? Hey there, Imagine Max. How are you doing? We're about to crack a pack of. Here it goes. Return to Magic. Okay, so you can't see it on my screen. I'm only looking at it, but here's the thing. So I played Magic in the 90s, from 1995 to 1999. I think everyone's already heard that. And then I gave it up from like 2000 to 2017. When I got back into Magic, what I have in my notes here, my diary or whatever, April 2017, April 14th, 2017 is when I tweeted about Magic for the first time ever, because in my garage I had all my old cards. So I must have taken some photos and then tweeted and saying, hey, Magic. And that was in April 2014. April 14th, 2017. April 14th, 2017 is when I tweeted about Magic for the first time in a long time. And then the next day I put it on Instagram. And then on April 20th, I uploaded my first video on YouTube about Magic. That was my unboxing a Core Set 2015 Clash Pack. I remember I was gonna get back into Magic, and I thought, let me go on Amazon and see if Magic is still around. And then I bought a Clash Pack. So if we switch over here for a moment, this is my history of Magic. If we go look at my Magic videos, the first, I guess it's under playlists. Where's playlists? The first, what are you playing for Modern and Legacy decks? With the play group that I was playing with, and we haven't played in a while, the Modern deck that I was playing was a Selesnya Cat deck. But I haven't played it in a while because we've had COVID going on here. So this is a Selesnya Cat deck. And that's what I'm playing for Modern. For Legacy, well, I'm not playing anything overpowered in Legacy. I'm playing like an old vintage Drudge Skeleton mono black deck with a bunch of bad moons. So that's what I'm playing for Legacy, with the play group that I had. So you haven't bought a box since Theros. Yeah, it's been a while, right? Since people bought stuff. Hey, there's me with Mark Rosewater. No big deal. I'm giving him advice for the next set. Anyway, here's one of the first Magic videos that I ever uploaded. Am I gonna get demonetized?
I used to play Magic.
Am I gonna get demonetized for my own video, or striked against my own video? But anyway, this is the first video that I did, April 20th, 2017. 81 views. Come on, everyone, give it more views and more thumbs up. I'm gonna put it right there in the chat. Go watch this video. Give it a thumbs up. But this is me unboxing straight from the Amazon package. Here's me unboxing the old the Magic 2015 dual decks, and of course the internet doesn't want to work at this point. But yeah, follow that link, give it a thumbs up at some point. It's me unboxing Magic 2015. So that's when I got back into Magic. I unboxed that. It's these dual decks. It has a Cursor of Krufix in there, I believe. So isn't that banned in Commander? I don't know, it doesn't want to load up. But that's the first Magic video that I did there. Shouldn't get a strike for showcasing your own work, but YouTube doesn't care. It's run by machines. So of course, if I'm playing my own video in my own channel, I know that they're gonna strike me, and then I have to reply and say, hey, it's my video, dummies, and prove it. So anyway, there's that. And some of my early videos that I did also, actually I guess I did I do this one before that? What's the date on that one? July 2nd, I did it later. But this is me showing my decks from the 90s. Look at that look at those Fallen Empires cards, beautiful. Dark Banishing, ooh, I love that card. But anyway, yeah, that's my playlist about like all my old stuff. And what was I getting at? You gave it a thumbs up, thank you so much. So what I'm getting at, oh yeah, my timeline thing here. My timeline, you can't see it, but my timeline is then the first game, the first time I played Magic again for the first time was with those dual decks, and that was on May 26th with some friends that have never heard of Magic ever, and I forced them to play with me, so that was May 26th. Then I did my video One of my most popular videos was my unboxing magic welcome decks. It should be right there actually in the playlist. Welcome decks. Where are those welcome decks? So there it is. Unboxing Magic 2017 welcome decks. One of my most popular videos for a while. All my welcome deck videos have been very popular. This has got 11,559, and it's me. When I went to Comic-Con 2017, they gave out these welcome decks, and I did a video of unboxing them, and that got very popular. So there's that. And then, so I have here September 27th, which was a Wednesday, was the first time I played Magic with other Magic friends. And one of them included Stevie, right there in the chat. So, to celebrate that I've been back to Magic for 3 years, that the first set that debuted after I got back into Magic was Ixalan, and that I played with the old Magic crew first, almost exactly 3 years ago, because it's currently October 3rd, but September 27th was the first day. So let's crack open this Ixalan booster pack. It was the only one in the shop when I went to the comic shop on Wednesday, I think. This was the only one that was there. This one was just hanging out there. They also had some of these Rivals of Ixalan. So Ixalan and Rivals of Ixalan were the last block, right? After that, they stopped the blocks. So I'm going to open this Rivals of Ixalan, this Ixalan, and then perhaps we can get a guest from the oubliette to open the Rivals of Ixalan in a moment. So here we go. With the Clash pack, was that the one you could combine the two decks to make an Oki standard deck? Maybe. I wasn't so versed in what things were at that point, but I already got it late. This was a Clash pack 2015, and I bought one in 2017. So I was already late to the party. I just bought some Clash pack, but I believe that's what that was. That it had two decks that were 60 cards. They were meant to battle each other. And I think you could combine them to get the 4 ofs. So alright, this is opening up right here pretty easily. Forgot to see what is printing is this. This is USA printing. I don't know if there was Japanese printing then. But okay, so let's look at a brand new pack fresh Rivals of Ixalan unboxing. Now we'll do some gameplay, then we'll do some Rivals of Ixalan unboxing. Let me fix my focus. I'm trying to remember if Departed Deckhand was regular Ixalan or Rivals. We'll see. Or was it Rivals? Yeah, one of those. We'll see. Okay, Mark of the Vampire, 4 mana enchantment, enchant a creature. Creature gets +2/+2 and lifelink. That's fun. Pretty cool art. Through your sacrifice of self, you become holy. Through your strength, all will be saved. And that's from the Rite of Redemption. Next up, Frenzied Raptor. I remember this one. 3 mana, 4/2. The Sun Empire warriors are taught to emulate the fearless raptors that fling themselves against the towers of horn and muscle 100 times their size. There's a tough-looking raptor battling a bigger creature, blood everywhere, so violent. Slash of Talons, 1 white, deals 2 damage to an attacking or blocking creatures. It's like a Gideon's Reproach, but a little weaker, right? Are you affected by the forest fires? No, a few weeks ago there were forest fires that were about 30 miles. I have to do my conversion, 60 kilometers. They were relatively close. The sky was orange for several days. There was ash on my patio, but it never got as close to me here. It's on the other side of the mountain ridge. I live in a rural-ish area, and there's mountains between where I live and then the forest fire here in Southern California. So in you know, Los Angeles area and middle California Northern, they definitely had it a lot worse. I know that, like, for example, Tolab and other stream buddies here, they had it a lot worse. Tolab was almost on the verge to evacuate, but no, it never got that bad for me over here. The air quality was bad for a few days, and it was hot and such, and there was ash on my patio, but it didn't affect me as bad as anyone else, luckily. Queen's Agent, 6 mana for a 3/3 with lifelink, and when it enters it explores. Remember Explore? That was the brand new mechanic that was like, wow. If you don't remember Explore, reveal the top card of your library. Put that card into your hand if it's a land. Otherwise, put a +1 counter on this creature, then put the card back or at your graveyard. So it was kind of Surveil-ish, kind of Scry-ish. Explore. That was cool. Pirate's Prize, 4 mana sorcery. Draw 2 cards. Create a colorless treasure artifact. Tokens, remember artifact. So these treasures were going to be, mana producing. So 4 mana to draw 2 and make a treasure. You surprisingly got it pretty bad with Fallen Ash, but regular sky for a couple of days. And you're way in the south. Yeah, and I'm more towards the east. You know, I live near the college, 3 miles east of the college, so I'm closer to them, to the fires. Spike-tailed Ceratops, 5 mana, 4/4 dinosaur. This can block in additional creatures. It can block 2 creatures at a time because it's got a big old tail, I guess. Crushing Canopy, that's a reprint with new art. 3 mana, choose one. Destroy a creature with flying, or destroy an enchantment. Do not mistake your lofty vantage point for safety. And that was Shaper Tuvasa. Spoke those words of wisdom. Skymarch Bloodletter, 3 mana, Vampire Soldier. It's a 2/2, flying. When it enters, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Definitely not a commander card, because if it would have been for commander, it would have been all opponents lose 1 life and you gain 1 life. You had like 4 grade air quality, which was red zone for a couple of days, so you have to skip your exercise. Yeah, you had to stay inside when it gets that bad. Pretty bad air quality for a bit. Now, it was a while ago, but I know Australia also had some really bad fires, right? That was a lot of things were burning there, and you know, we heard about it, of course, all over the world and here in the US too, but don't quite remember if we eventually heard that it was taken care of. Do you remember that, Rick, when they were eventually kind of stamped out? Same thing here, like they always just report on like the most dire aspect of it all, and then they don't report on like, oh, happy ending. Because I remember I could see the plume. It looked like a mushroom cloud that was happening right out my window here, and then a few days passed and it dissipated, but still a lot of ash. And then even though it didn't really look that bad outside, they were still reporting and stuff that it was raging, and eventually it kind of went away. Aussies did for a bit. You and your art YouTube Jazza had to stop making videos. Oh really? I know his channel. He's got a cool channel. I didn't know he had to stop because of it. Dive Down. This is the card that was amazing in that blue deck. 1 blue creature gets +0/+3 and hexproof. Trove of Temptation. I kind of remember this card, but not what it does. 4 mana enchantment. Oh yeah, this is the really weird one. Each opponent must attack you or a planeswalker you control with at least 1 creature each combat if able. So it forces your opponents to attack you every turn. Okay, what's the payoff? At the beginning of your end step, create a colorless treasure artifact token. So 4 mana to create treasures every turn, but your opponents have to attack you. The 2 red dino was awesome in draft. You could make a def with 6 to 8 of them. Yeah, exactly. Easy wins, because that was a... Where did that dino go? That was 3 mana 4/2. And if you gave it some sort of evasion, or if you made it a vampire dinosaur, that was going to give you 6 life on every attack. Really overpowered. The brush fires went away near the end of the summer. This summer? 2020 summer? Oh, here's this Kumena speaker. This was like, everyone loved this card so much. 1 green for a 1/1. And then Kumena Spirit gets a +1 as long as you control another merfolk or an island. So that was, of course, turn 1, play your forest, get a 1/1. Turn 2, play your island, and you've got a 2/2 ready to attack. So a 2 mana, a 2 power, 1 mana. The same power that drives the river ever onward flows through the roots and branches to me. Sure. Next up, we've got the Unclaimed Territory. Oh, this was amazing in Ixalan and Tribal decks. As Uncharted Territory enters the battlefield, choose a creature type, such as Worm, of course. Tap it, add colorless, or tap it to add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a creature spell of the chosen type, like Elk. So, yep. Okay, here comes the rare. What was the rare? This is the first booster of Ixalan that I opened in years, I think. So you all get to enjoy it here with you. The mono red in draft was crazy. Mono red Ixalan, I don't fully remember that one, but I guess a lot of hasty dinosaurs. We had the Fanatical Firebrand in there too, right? Alright, so here's the first rare of Ixalan that I've opened in a long time, and we get a Star of Extinction. What's a really fun card? Not that playable, but it's really fun. 7 mana, mythic, destroy target land. Star of Extinction deals 20 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. The visions haunt me. I see the end of the world, brought on by the search for the immortal sun. And that was Shaper Pashona. So really epic. 20 damage to every creature and destroy a land. Next, we get a Sanguine Sacrament. This is a... Ooh, I got another rare here. So, cool, I got a Mythic plus a rare foil. I don't know if it shows up on the camera very well. White X. You gain twice X life. Put Sanguine Sacrament on the bottom of its library. So you can draw it again at some point, possibly. So it's the better... Alabaster Potion, remember that one from back in the day? White X, gain life. Here it's twice X life, plus it goes to the library instead of the graveyard. As the sun sets to make way for dawn, so we turn to the darkness to bring about the coming salvation. And then we've got Island. This is the Jace Island. Jace is in the corner over here. If you can see him, he's right over there hanging out at the beach. Totally lost. Then we have the Token of Dinosaur. It's a 3/3 trample token. So cool. No Carnage Tyrant, but these are my Ixalan cards. The first I've opened in quite a while. And there's also a Rivals Ixalan that we'll get to a little bit later. We want to build suspense for that. And maybe also have a special guest to open it. So let's get back to some gameplay. And I will also get back to my drink. I don't know if the drink is helping me, but let's play on the next thing. What should we do? Some brawl? Should we get into a draft? Should we do some 1v1? Should we do the Zendikar Constructed? There's a new event going on at the moment. What does everyone think? Zendikar event. Brawl, 1v1, draft, the ladder, any votes? I'm about to... After the season reset, it took me back over here, so let me do the... Let me try to just maybe play one more game to get up to Platinum, and then we'll play other things here while people decide what to play. Let's play this Loris deck. Let's just try to get one more level up on the ladder, back up to Platinum. After I reached Mythic for the first time ever, in August, with my Ulamog deck, I was not able to get out of Platinum. I was mostly in Platinum 4, maybe I got to Platinum 3 for a moment, and then dropped back down. So, I don't know what my bad luck was about, or how I want to be paranoid. What did the Shuffler do? But I was not able to progress with that Ulamog deck that got me all the way up to Mythic. I was not able to get out of it, out of Platinum last time, so that's weird. Anyway, here I am one game away from going back to Platinum. Then we'll play some other things. Brawl? Yeah, we'll do some Brawl in a moment. I don't have too many Brawl decks at the moment. I think I have to finish crafting them. But I think what I'll do is okay, so what I want to do here is play all the glitters to go in for massive damage, but then I'll be shields down, and they definitely have removal in black. If I don't put all that glitters, if I'm not greedy, I could have the blessing to protect my bounty. That assumes... No, I haven't opened the second pack. I'm going to open the second pack, or we might have a special guest that opens the second pack in a moment. Yeah, let's play it safe. I want to go aggro here, but I need to protect the only creature that I have. So let's see what the opponent does. If I get my third land... Yeah, I should have gone aggro. Look at that. Why did I second guess myself? I should have gone aggro, because then I would have made this Alseed so huge. And even if they have removal, I would have... Now I have the protection for the Karametra's Blessing. Scutes. Okay, they're going to want to do Scutes. Fine, that's a thing you could do, but I'm going to go in with a huge creature here. I guess what I should have done, possibly, is just attack regularly. And then when they attack with their Scute, I could have swiftly responded it, but I'll still be able to respond it back on my turn. When they have 6 mana, that's when the Scute swarm gets out of hand. Ooh, that makes a cool sound. Of course they're gonna do double freaking Scutes. Great. But at least if they attack, which they probably will, I will take out the King Scute, and then cultivate. Search your life for 2 basic letters, or put them onto... Oh, freaking great. That is impossible. They're going to put 2 lands into play. They're going to be up to 6 lands. They're going to duplicate their Scute. Great. Let's only put 1 into play. Oh wait, did I read that? Reveal those cards. Put 1. Okay, great. At least 1 into play. And they didn't attack. Okay, well, that's not going to work. I missed the land drop, so this is just going to be... Yeah, I lost. They're about to duplicate their Scute. They're going to drop a bunch of lands. They're just going to gum up the board. They're going to be able to keep blocking me with 1/1s. Unless I get my priest that can make flyers. Well, I have 44 life, I guess. Let's not be so pessimistic. That's their 6th land and makes a copy. They'll probably play a spell. Garuk is not so bad. That's gonna make wolves. Actually, that's gonna destroy my creature. So, destroy creature unless I have indestructibility. Guess I can live with that. Yep, that's not what I need. But let's keep making this I'll seed even larger. That seems to be 21 damage. But they can block it with a 1-1. $65 life. You've been thinking about taking a creative writing class? Well, you definitely should. Instead of thinking you should, go for it. And that'll definitely help creative. Okay, so they're gonna do double scutes here. So let's move on. Let's see. Hushbringer needs to stop that. That's the only thing that's relevant. Yeah, that won't even stop landfall. Alright, well, let's see if we get lucky. So they already had their 6 lands, and if they just dropped even one more scute, it was just going to keep duplicating the master scute, and every land drop was going to make more scutes. Yeah, I had 60 life, whatever. That doesn't even matter. They just had a critical mass. I wasn't going to be able to stem the tide of that. So this is what I needed. I needed that speaker there to make angels in the air. Ginger Brute. We'll just go for shock and awe aggro. Panic attack is the opponent. Evolving Wilds, okay, that must hurt. Looks like they are a little behind. I don't mind putting more pressure. Well, if I can get one more enchantment onto that priest, I'll be up to 27 life, and then I'll start making angels. That'll fly over those bugs, and they don't do anything weird. What are you gonna do? Probably have a Heartless Act. Or one of those. No way to protect it. Yes, eventually when that Luris comes in I can bring it back. Okay, that's a scute. They're gonna drop a land, of course. You have 2 blockers. They're gonna actually drop 2 lands. Beautiful. Felidar. Okay, that's gonna drop a land to make a cat. Make one more scute. Give everything plus. Fine. Actually, that's gonna knock back. Great. That's gonna knock back the life total. So. double block here, but I have plenty of protection. I'm gonna get to their 6th land drop, of course. And then, oops, I should have also attacked with that serpent. I'm already off my game, so... So first of all, both of these, that gets a plus, that gets a plus. Then that's 4 in total. That's indestructible. They already have indestructible everything, so that'll be enough. And then make an angel. Alright, so if I can keep that angel, don't have a way to protect it. Double retreats, so okay, I guess. So double cats, I guess, although I still have a 4/4 flyer. I think I got them, unless they gain life. Because what I can do here is I can attack with 4 in the air with the angel, and then 1 unblockable brute, and then +2 Karametra, and that'll be game over unless they gain some life. So sure. Let's see if that'll work. So the idea is if I can get that angel, if that angel can live, they have black mana, so that could be a Heartless Act. But it's my turn. Okay, let's see. So here's the idea. Make this unblockable. Make this a +2. And there they go. Yep, they saw it. Okay, good. Nothing in the graveyard. Guess I'm not really doing graveyard stuff. I guess if I can get the Ginger Brute to go in unblocked, that would be very good. So let's see how it goes. So we know that their big game plan is either Scute Swarm or Felidar. Retreat, and I don't have any enchantments. Enchantment removal. I guess what I could set myself up to do here is if I do some damage with this Alseed, eventually I can protect the... Okay, Lotus Cobra. Well, this is game over. I guess the only way to handle this is if they attack with that Lotus Cobra. That'll set them... Oops, they're gonna block that. Okay, I guess. Can live with that. I want to play my speaker, but I'm sure they'll have removal for it. So that was odd that they block with that Cobra. They must have another one. And there's a removal on that. Alright, so if either of these alcides get wrecked, that's fine. That's using up the removal for my speaker. That's the big idea with this deck, that there's a lot of just really low casting. Oops, they didn't do their double landfall with anything meaningful, so that's good. So they're probably digging for their removal of, what's that one removal? Myth of whatever. Telegon retreat, okay. They were really searching for that, fine. 2, 3, 4, 25, 20, that's 27 in total. Okay, that'll start making me angels. I have a way to protect it, so we're gonna landfall at least once, make a cat on the ground, who cares, and then I'll make some of these myth. Nope. And that was their turn. Okay, good. Let's, there we go. Okay, so back up to platinum. Back up to platinum. Alright, we'll switch over to Brawl in a moment. I'm going to take a short break. Play some Brawl decks for a bit. I need a little break. I'll be right back in 1 moment. And then we've also got the Cracker Pack for the other pack, the Rivals of Ixalan pack. I'll be right back 1 moment. Alright, we're back. Let's do a little bit more gameplay. We'll see how well this goes, because this little guy over here, I think, did his job. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to battle Moanvuli, whatever her name is, because I think this empty cup over here might be a little bit of a detriment to the gameplay. So let's see how this goes. So this is my Rin and Seri deck. It's all about cats and dogs and all that fun stuff. So I go first, and it does not matter what I crack this to. Okay, turn 2, play the command tower so that I can get a 3-1. Turn 3, I guess, bring in a mirror. They will not block this, of course. Turn 3, bring in my mirror for acceleration. Then I've got Rin and Seri, and then I can start summoning cats and making dogs and etc. So they're playing some sort of mono green cat deck as well. Sure. That must attack, so it'll probably block that. Sure, it'll come back to life. Next turn, I guess. So my combo with Kahira and the Felidar definitely works really well. I don't think they can rapid bite anything. Sure, one of those. More cats, sure. Ooh, I can already get rid of, well, I guess I'll get rid of their commander. I guess not. Well, they did find the only Moanvuli, what's her name? Jolreal, there we go. Jolreal Moanvuli Recluse. I guess they found the only Moanvuli, the only Jolreal deck that actually does things. Uh-oh, what are they gonna do here? Guess what I'll do? Nothing. Okay, well. Summon a cat. Draw a card. Let's scry here. Another cat, sure. Can bring another cat. That's a 5/5. They have plenty of blockers. Okay. So next turn I could play my Felidar, which will start to do tapping. They probably have a rapid bite that can, oops, they're gonna do some of that. Okay, probably they'll have a huge bump spell, so I don't know, do we want to do any of this? They'll probably have a huge pump spell, so I guess I'm fine taking somewhat of a hit. Oh, okay. There's that. Forgot that she can do that. Alright, so that has vigilance. Can we survive this? I totally forgot that she had that amazing ability there. Plus X based on the number of cards in your hand. Well, at least that doesn't fight, so that's good. Get to scry. Dog will be useful. Okay, so I can do 4 damage in total. Well, I think it might be better to bring out the... That is 5 damage there. That's 5 damage. They have their final one of those. Fine. Okay, so they're gonna, I'm sure they're gonna have the bite mechanic. 3, 4, but then 6, so that's not enough to summon Jolreal plus do the bump. Tome, tap out a 5/5. We have a bunch of 2/2s that they could attack with. And they're just playing out everything that they can. I could tap out one more thing. Nothing. Okay. So we can remove that 5/5. Summon another blocker. Just bring in another Rage Hound. Okay. I'll have blockers of a 6/6 so they can +4 everything. If they don't attack, I mean if they don't spend any cards in hand. Okay, they did spend, oops, that's not good. Guess they'll hit the dog. Okay, that's fine. I don't really have that many dogs to work with, but fine. Okay. I'm gonna pay for that. Sure, let's tap out one attacker. Out of mana. I doubt they'll attack with everything. I have plenty of blockers, especially cats. They're passing. Very good. Okay, let's drop another land. What we can do is we can take out Jolreal. Back to 13 life. Must attack with my... Oops. I must attack with my 5/3. And I will also tap out their 4/4. So they'll have to double block a few things. Fine. They're looking at everything frantically. Sure. That Sabertooth gets bigger. Plenty of cards in hand. 5, 6. So they're going to pay 6. Joriel. Garrick. Okay. That's not too bad. Rin and Seri can deal direct damage to... Oops, Primal Might on that. Fine, we'll just tap you out anyway. That's a tapped out 5/2. Cultivate, sure. Before I pass my turn, I got 5 2/2s. How does that even happen? Create 1 3/3. Tap that. Alright, so take out their Planeswalker, gain more life. Summon another cat. They have 5 2/2s. How does that even happen? Have to attack with a 4/2. Who will win? The mono green cat lady or the 3-color cats and dogs? Aficionado. They have 10 mana, 5, 6, 6 mana in total to summon their Brawlmander. They draw a card, gain some life. Well, they had me all the way down to like 2 mana. Well, they had me down to 1 life, didn't they? And then I came back with my Rin and Seri. 2 cards in total. Fine, bring that back again. I'll wreck it again if you want. Alright, so how about we do some of this? Let's tap out some of their creatures. Well, that's 1 creature, I guess. Okay, so once again, we'll do that to send you back another 6 mana. Can Bolt Hound in. Let's do this. Everything gets a plus. Then we'll tap out this. Alright, so we're going to trade a bunch of cats and a bunch of dogs. That's an 8/7, but without trample. So when you look at a board state like this with so many cats and so many dogs and stuff, how are you going to play this on mobile? I know mobile is supposed to come very soon, but like look at this board state. And especially when you have something like the Scute Swarm. +1 on something, sure. 7, 8. Ooh, Hydra's growth on that, not good. But I'll be able to still take it out, right? Maybe? How much can I do? 1, 2, 3, 4. I can only do 4 damage. Aw, man. That is gonna be annoying. 32 life. Alright, how about this? How about then we tap out their big blocker? I should have checked those numbers a little bit better, but I'm gonna go with a big old kamikaze attack. Any more info on when mobile comes out? They keep saying it's going to be at the end of this year, so okay, well, I lost my mirror. That comes back as a 9-9. They're a 5-7. SLO Quick is my opponent. I think 7-8. We can summon that back. 4 mana left. Scoot Swarm. Okay. Well, I was gonna say they were very good at guess once again we'll just go all in, tap out their big blocker. They might double block my commander, but I can live with that. Commander versus commander. They block with their Scoot as well. They're just begging for life. Oh, 1 life left. They got me down to 1 life. Remember that? They got me down to 1 life, and then I climbed my way back up to 32 life. And then now vice versa. Oh, they have a 9-11. Never forget that spider. Really big and scary, right? So is it too early to good game them? Nope, because they got it. Alright, cats versus... Cats versus cats. Hey, I got the 100 bits cheer. Thanks so much for that. Totally appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words on and thoughts. So yeah, that totally went. I wasn't even paying attention, and then I got down to like 1 life. If they had 1 more damage on that, I would have been game over. But then little by little, these cats and dogs came back. Now obviously everyone can play Magic how they want, but not to toot my own horn, but my deck was better because it's all cats and dogs. Rin Seri is a dog cat, and then all my cards are cats and dogs, except for the mirror, I guess, right? The Palladium mirror, but everything else is cats and dogs. Everything's cats and dogs. And then my opponent had, okay, a cat lady, a spider, a bug, an elf, an Indrik, a planeswalker. So again, people can play how they want, but I personally believe, actually let's do it like this. Can you come in here for a quick moment? I need your opinion.
Yes, it is I, Evil Mage, and I am here to say the unpopular things. True Brawl is when you are focused and tribal. Anything else is a pale shadow of the format. If you do not play pure tribal brawl, you are not adhering to the tenets of the format. Why does my video look bad? But anyway, if you don't adhere to true brawl, I will return you to the oubliette for eternity.
I think that's some pretty good advice. If you're gonna play a casual format like Brawl and Commander, why not focus it? Why not focus it a little bit more on the tribal? Like, okay, right there they've got a spider, and a Bug and an Indrik. Obviously, all of you that play how you want to play, play how you want. But Evil Mage has spoken, and he has said that true, quote, true brawl is when you are a little bit more focused and tribal. As per this deck right here that's full of all cats and dogs, and it won. So when you try to put the best cards, is that true brawl? And again, not to disparage anyone that does it how they want. It's just like when I play, that's what I like to play. Alright, so let's finish that. Awesome appearance from Evo Maze. These bits are for the third losses he will need. Yes, Evil Mage's voice is like from another dimension, and it does tear across the multiverse. And lozenges would be helpful, but I will pass it on to him. What is Evil Mage's favorite deck right now? Well, let me open up this. What is this? It's like hovering and glowing so mythically. What is this? What is this? It is an Ugin the Spirit Dragon, which I thought I already had all 4 of them, but I guess not. So okay, great, I'll take another one. Evil Mage's favorite deck is this deck right over here. It is Mono White Ulamog. This is Evil Mage's favorite deck right here. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Here's what this deck is. 4 Guardian Idols, 2 mana, mana rock, gives you 1 colorless. Pay 2, bring it to life as a 2/2. 4 Mind Stones, 2 mana, gives you 1 colorless mana, sacrifice a draw card. Palladium Mirror, 3 mana, gives you 2 mana when tapped, or a 2/2. Power Stone, 3 mana, gives you 1 colorless for each Power Stone shard. If you got all 4 Power Stone shards, this is giving you 12 mana at a time. Shatter the Sky in case there's pesky opponents that are being pesky. Actually, let's fix this deck right now because there are 4 Wrath of Gods. Let's put all 4 Wrath of Gods right there. So if the opponent is daring to play any creatures, there are a couple of removals. Shatter the Sky, Wrath of God, and then Hedron Archive, 4 mana, gives you 2 colorless, or 2 and sacrifice, draw 2 cards. Well, all of that mana is coming together for Ugin the Ineffable, 6 mana for a 4 casting cost, Planeswalker. Colorless spells cost 2 less. That means the Guardian Idol is 0, the Mind Stone is 0, the Palladium Mirror is 1 mana, the Power Stone is 1 mana, the Hedron is 2 mana. Okay, +1. Exile the top card, make a spirit that holds onto the card. If the spirit dies, you get the card. -3, destroy a permanent that's 1 or more colors. And the cost reduction then helps get to Big Ugin. 8 mana. If you've got Little Ugin, this costs only 6. 7 loyalty. +2, Ugin deals 3 damage to any target. -X, exile each permanent with converted mana cost of X or less. That is 1 or more colors. So that's a board wipe. Everything here is colorless. -10, you gain 7 life, draw 7 cards, then put up to 7 permanents from your hand to the battlefield. And then the ultimate top is the Ulamog Ceaseless Hunger, 10 mana, but it can be reduced down to 8 if you have Little Ugin. 10 mana, 10/10, indestructible. When you cast the spell, exile 2 target permanents. So of course you use it to exile the opponent's mana to really demoralize them. When Ulamog attacks, defending player exiles the top 20 cards of their library. So this is Evil Mage's favorite deck. It is a ton of ramp to get to Little Ugin, or Big Ugin, or Ulamog. And 24 lands. So let's play one match of that. when I played that deck in August, it took me from Platinum to Mythic. And that was live on stream. We spent, how much was it? 3 hours? Who else was here? Stevie was here, Mark was here, who else was here? Marshmallow Cat. Like 2 days before the season ended, I got on Arena and I played like 3 hours non-stop, and it was almost undefeated. And it got me from Platinum to Mythic playing this deck. Last month, September, I tried to do the same, and it just faltered. It wasn't working. Whatever randomness, the shuffler, the randomness of the card draws was just not working. And those of you that were here during my amazing play, like, this is amazing here, when I did that play, that run of things, I never mulliganed, and the deck always worked in August. When I played it in September, I just could never get past Platinum, and we'll see how it goes now. So Achilles Rex is the opponent. I think they're 1 or so levels above me. Next, the best play for next turn would be my Hedron Archive, or my Palladium Mirror, or I guess Power Stone Shard. But the opponent might also be trying to do some sort of ramp shenanigans. Mindstone. Okay, they're going to bring to life their idol. Hopefully I get my removal. Oops, they didn't bring to life their thing. Okay, that's fine. Let's bring to life. I mean, let's Power Stone over here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana for little Ugin, which will then decrease big Ugin and then Ulamog. Oops, okay, Forsaken Monument is very good. I might need to put that in my deck, actually. So we're both playing against like colorless opponents. Although unfortunately, if we're playing against who gets Ulamog first, they might have Ulamog first. Whenever you tap a permanent for colorless, add an additional colorless. So that's colorless. Yeah, this is Ulamog, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That's like 20 mana right there. So I need to put one of these Forsaken Monuments into my deck. 4, 5, 6, 7. If I get one more land, I'll be able to Ulamog and get rid of that monument, plus that zone. Instead, they're gonna sacrifice. Okay, very good. That means they're struggling a little. They got an Ugin. Okay, well that's still not so bad. You're not gonna be able to kill my Ugin. Ah, they're gonna destroy my mana rock. Oops, actually that's way better. Come on, land. All I need is a land. Give me a land, give me a land, give me a land. This land, come on, this land. That's a land. Okay, good. So we'll do some of this. Exile this, and they'll probably rage quit. And I will accept that outcome. So I was a little worried with that. What does that do? Cascading Cataracts, Indestructible, add 5 mana of any color. Sure. And instead they quit. Yep, so there's oh, I did the best of 3. So that's this deck. It does definitely have to do somewhat with the luck of the draw. But if those of you that were here during the, thank you on that, if those of you that were here during that stream, I like never mulliganed, even though when the hand looked horrible. It's just that there's so much synergy in the deck in terms of mana rocks and stuff that like I was always able to pull it off. So then I got shell-shocked from last month that I was just with the same deck, the same hands, and so forth. I was just not able to. It's just not able to make it. So the opponent's not really going to have anything Wrath of God related. There's not much acceleration here, but again, like I said, like I played 3 hours straight and I like never mulliganed, and I still was able to get to Mythic. So is that naive to think that my good luck will continue like that, even though I played like what 40 games and they were still in my side? Oops, they had the mulligan all the way down a lot, so that's good for me. Hopefully they didn't London mulligan into something perfect. Fine, I'll take that as long as I don't whiff on more lands. Now right here, the probabilities of getting more mana rocks are very high. And then for me to get to little Ugin, then big Ugin. Okay, so I did whiff right there, unfortunately. So, let's see. Three, four. I got a Karn, not great. So they're gonna go get an artifact. They're gonna go get that same 5 mana Eldrazi monument or whatever it's called, Forsaken Monument. Mystic Forge. Okay, fine. Yeah. So suddenly I'm whiffing on mana. Not good. I could have already had great stuff, but 3. All I need now is one more land, and then I'm in business. And stone. Would Karn work in my sideboard? Smarter people could get it to work better, I guess. But I kind of feel like, oops, I don't want to get that God Pharaohs out. Okay, so just I'll answer your question one moment. Oh, actually, I'm dead because activated abilities. Yeah, Karn got me. Karn is negating all of my mana rocks, so I'm dead because then they would have their Boldus's monument out and things cost 2 more, so I just realized that. So yeah, I was getting lands and then I stopped getting lands, and then that really held me back. Then they did their Karn. Like, yeah, there's like a lot of ways to get the deck up and running, of course, but this is what's worked really well for me before. I'm sure there's still many ways to tune. I can put the deck in the Discord if you want to tune your own version of it. Turn. If I get, well, whatever I get, I guess I need to play the mirror because it's comes in tapped, summoning sickness, and then a Hedron, and then I'm getting very close to Ulamog or something big. Now, of course, if they do their, I guess what shuts me down is the Karn, although I would have an attacker. But again, that's the random nature of it all, right? If they do manage to get a Karn versus my deck, like no one plays Karn anymore. There's Karn. Okay, well, 1, 2, 3, 4 mana in total for a Hedron, but then I get to go attack their Karn. That'll kill their Karn, so at least. No, I won't kill the Karn. Very annoying. Okay, so guess if they have their blocker of their Guardian project, they might tap out. See, Karn is perfect against me because I rely on so many mana rocks, but what's the probability of getting that? Plus they also have their mobilized district, so that'll be a blocker. Very annoying. Okay, so they do manage to play something. They'll play their construct here. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to win this. Activated abilities of artifacts your opponent's control cannot be activated, so all my mana rocks are completely dead. If I attack with my mirror, yeah, what are the odds of getting the one card that stops my whole deck? They would have built up too much advantage. They had 2 planeswalkers. They were able to create blockers. I didn't get a land drop. Like, let's not waste our time. Alright, let's play something else. It's about to be midnight. I don't think I want to get into a whole... I've already been streaming for 4 hours. I don't want to get into a whole new draft or whatever. So let's play a little bit more Brawl. Let's see if more of these cats can do their things. Cats and dogs living together, causing anarchy. Okay, if the opponent plays a turn 1 mana ramp or a turn 2 mana ramp, I'm gonna quit, because Omnath is extremely good. And if they ramp on turn 1 or 2, they're going to get Omnath right away, which of course means they're going to have all of their ramps. So they can still play like a turn 2 Lotus Cobra. Eventually I'll be able to exile it with that Banishing Light, but I'll still be behind. Okay. Let's see, what do we need? Guess double white. Oh, that's surprising. Double red on an Omnath deck. Hey there, Sheep Mage, how are you doing? You're just in time for a little bit of Brawl here. And we're gonna then open a real life booster pack. And we have game codes to give away. Actually, I'm going to put them in. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. I have another game code to give away. First come, first serve. On your marks, get set, go. First person to claim that game code in Arena gets it. So copy and paste it into Arena. First comes, first served. Yeah, wow, this is going to be a hard-casted Omnath. Are you sure about that? I've never seen that in my life. Fine. Alright, well, if they rage quit after this, I wouldn't blame them. As for myself... You're not in an arena right now. Yeah, so whoever grabs that first, then uses it first. Arcane Signet, sure. Ooh, Elder, that's a big one. I have one more land drop, 2 mana. What do we want to do here? I guess the best thing to do is to bring out Rin and Seri. I could bring out my big old fella. That's... Yeah, I guess I didn't quite manage that right. I should... have been able to bring out Rin and Seri first, and then drop cats to make more of them. And hopefully here there won't much happen. So their Elder's a 4/4 with Vigilance, I guess. I should be able to play my Great Henge next turn. That will wreck. Got another land drop on that. Are you sure about that? Okay, 4 more mana. Another Phylath. Okay, well, they're popping off now. 7 plants. Okay, well, GG opponent. If I don't get my board wipes, then this is going to be over pretty fast. I I know I have at least one board wipe. So how many lands will they play with Omnath? All the lands, of course. They're going to play their one land per turn, then they're going to cultivate into 2 more. Or Great Henge, close enough. Gargroth, come on, I have plenty of board wipes. Sacrifice 1 land, search your library for 2 basic lands. Yeah, they got it. They're gonna Omnath me out of here, so the writing is on the wall. I wasn't able to get my other removal to deal with that, so that game's done. Omnath is definitely one of these CEDH brawl decks. And when people tune it, it's pretty unstoppable. Let's play one more game, maybe end on a high note, and then we'll do the Ixalan Rivals of Ixalan unboxing. New Paradox is the opponent. No one plays this Brawlmander, so maybe this will be fun. Opponent goes first. Everything here is pretty horrible. Although I do get a lot of scry. So what I would prefer on an opening hand is Arcane Signet or a 3 mana rock. These are a couple of scry lands, that could help. And then the mutt is best when they've got their own mana rock or whatever, and then that can get me some ramp there into the henge. We'll see how that goes. So, got a couple of scry lands. Amulet. There's the Signet. Okay, well, guess turn 2 play a regular land, Signet. Actually, I think we need to keep scrying a little bit more. Mir for more ramp. So the opponent is it, and they're gonna crack that to go grab their land. Ever do drafts? Yes, I often do a draft on these streams. It's just this time I did like the Zendikar event, and then I also did some brawl and stuff. Oh, I got all of my scry lands. Okay, so probably here, double blue. I'm probably gonna get counterspelled. Let's see if they let my Signet go through. Oh, they do. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. That's enough for Rin and Seri, or I could bring out the Mauler, Landfall. Probably have to bait their counter spells unless they Midnight Cloth. So they still have 2 mana. Well, actually, what I should do is bring this mutt out and wreck their clock. There we go. That will set them back a bit. Next turn, what do we want next turn? They made, what do we want next turn? 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would have 6 mana for the henge if they tap out. Yeah, that mutt breaks the furniture, just like I like. Alright, so they tapped out. Good. So what I could do is I could do the Scythe Cat, and then that's got Landfall. I could do Rin and Saren just to build up a cat deck. I think that's what I want to do. Then I've also got Great Henge. I guess I'll wait next turn. They probably won't block with that, even though they could block it. They'll probably get scared that they don't want to. There we go. Don't want to lose their commander. Okay, so best case scenario next turn. Well, I could summon the Henge, although it could easily get counterspelled. I could try to summon that Scythe Cat. I'm gonna frogify that. Fine. If they attack with their Dalekon, I can just block with my commander, I guess, and get it back. And a Seer on that, sure. Alright, so they'll hold back. Fine. So that Sprite Dragon definitely does its work. Enchanting Lyre can tap stuff, but it needs to be on the casting cost, right? X power. Oh, it's power. Okay, so they need to pay 3 to tap down my cat. They need to keep paying to keep it tapped. Fine. Let's get that Great Henge out. That'll give some life. 2 plus 3. 1, 2, 3. Plus this mare. Main. Get a couple of blockers. They want to keep tapping down my Scythe? No. Okay, so they didn't. So their Lyre keeps getting tapped. Chromatic Orrery, sure. Doesn't really do anything now, does it? Oh, actually, it does give 5 colorless, but I don't think they can play anything with it. Need to gain life off of that Henge. Oh, 1 Clockwork, sure. Huh, that doesn't count for Adamant. But it does give them a blocker. I guess this is game over. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 8 in total. Yeah, that's game over. I don't have a way to deal with that flyer. Yeah, that's game over. If I had some of my removal, that would have gotten rid of that sprite, and then I would have gotten it done. Okay, well, let's wrap up at this point. Let's switch over to the card cam, and then let's open then the in real life booster of Rivals of Ixalan. This debuted in January 2018. So when I got back into Magic, the first set that debuted was Ixalan, and we already opened that one earlier. And then the second set in the block was Rivals of Ixalan in January 2018. And this was when the block cycle ended, the block format. After this, they stopped making blocks, even though after this we had Dominaria and then Corset 2019. And then we went into Guilds of Ravnica, Ravnica Allegiance, and War of the Spark, which feels like it's also a block, but technically it's not. So Ixalan was the last block, and hopefully they bring them back, because I don't love that there's one set and then we're done. We don't have enough time in a plane to really enjoy it, I think. Did Rivals have the Two-Face? Yes, Rivals had maybe both, but one of the two had the double face card. I think they both had it. In Rivals they had like there was like a boat and it did stuff, and then it flipped over and it was a fort, and I'm pretty sure they both had it. So okay, here we go. Let's open up Rivals of Ixalan. I have not opened up one of these in years. Anyone remember when was the last time, if ever, they opened up a Rivals of Ixalan or Ixalan booster pack? Actually, before we open it up, here's what we want to do. You really enjoy Eldraine. You hope it was going to be 2 sets. Yeah, I think it was going to be 2 sets. It just was that they changed things up, and even though they claim that they plan so many things in advance, it really does feel like some of these things that it's kind of like last minute. So let's look at this. Let's whet our appetite to see what are the cards we need to look out for in Rivals of Ixalan. We need a Zakama. It's $27 already. Wow. Okay, so Zakama. Let's see if we get a Zakama. The Immortal Sun, $23. Elenda. Now that Elenda works properly in Commander, everyone wants it. So we want Elenda. We might want the Twilight Prophet. That's 4 mana. Ascend. Draw cards off the top of the library. Wayward Sawtooth. It's a 5/5 for 3. Lets you play an extra mana. If you've got Ascend, then it can attack or block. Polyraptor, it just makes a bunch of raptors. Angrath, each opponent discards and loses 2 life, gain control of a creature, and then destroy it if it's small. Each opponent loses life equal to the number of cards. Journey to Eternity, I see people try to play this once in a while. That's one of the flip cards. If we click to view it, can we see the back? Yeah, so when we flip it, it then returns a creature to the battlefield. We got Galta, the 12/12. Pitiless Plunderer, 4 mana. Whenever another creature you control dies, create treasures. Watley, this one's pretty cool. 4 mana, +1, put a loyalty for every creature that you have. She can get to big loyalty really fast. Minus, target creature gets +X based on the number of creatures you have. -8, you get an emblem with whenever you cast a creature, you draw a card. Nezahal, the big old 7/7. World Shaper, Tender Shoot Dryad, it's a 2/2, but it makes more Saprolings. Kumena, Rekilling the Phoenix, etc. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff. So, we have the creature that lets you do more turns. 2 mana, 1/1. If you ascend, pay 4. Put this on the bottom of your library. Take an extra turn. Alright, so those are the cards we're going to be on the lookout for when we open this right here. Yeah, Elenda jumped up. She was only like $5 for a long time, right? After they fixed the commander rule, that's when everyone wanted that. The last time you cracked a set of Ixalan was last that we drafted with our friends back in March or April. That was a while ago, wasn't it? There should have been 2 or 3 sets due to the Titans and the Gods, but it felt pretty flat. Yeah. I don't like that they went over to just a single plane model. I don't like that in terms of you got to spend at least 2 sets in a plane to really enjoy it. Anyway, let's open up this and let me check my focus. One moment. Here's the first thing there, Buccaneer or something. Where's my focus? All right. Brazen Freebooter. You didn't see nothing at all, actually. Brazen Freebooter, 4 mana, human pirate. When Brazen Freebooter enters the battlefield, create a colorless treasure. Okay, cool. So, Evil Mage was trying to sneak in through the blind eternities. Sun Sentinel, 2 mana, 2/2, Vigilance. Miss Cloak Herald. Ooh, this is the one that everyone loved and hated. 1 blue mana. Miss Herald cannot be blocked. It's a 1/1, but of course loaded up with a bunch of enchantments and stuff, and it's oppressive. Next. Guilt Grove Stalker. 2 mana, 2/1. Cannot be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So small creatures cannot block it. And we've got Dinosaur Hunter, 2 mana. Whenever Dinosaur Hunter deals damage to a dinosaur, destroy that creature. So very parasitic. This only matters in Ixalan draft. This doesn't matter anywhere at all in any other format. Who knows if your opponent's playing dinosaurs, right? Hunt the Weak, 4 mana. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Then that creature fights target creature you don't. This is the one that has that flavor text. Death Lizard approaching, Captain. Brint Dubin, last words. In Ixalan, there was a flavor text from a goblin, like John Dubin, and he's all like, "Storm coming soon, Captain." John Dubin, final words. And then here they have the sequel. Death Lizard approaching, Captain. Brint Dubin, last words. Anyone know about that? That it's like a sequel in flavor text? 2 of these Dubin brother goblins got killed in Ixalan. I always thought that the Black Pirates were pretty weak. Yeah, they needed to be combined with other colors. Snubhorn Sentry, 1 white, you get a 0/3. If you ascend, you get a 3/3. The other colors were pretty average. Marcher of Dusk, 2 mana. It's a 2/1. When it dies, you make a 1/1 with lifelink. Impale, 4 mana, destroy a creature, sorcery speed, so definitely for limited. This is worthless everywhere else, right? Because it's sorcery speed and it costs 3. Jade Bearer, everyone loved this one. 1 green, 1 for a 1/1. When it enters, put a 1/1 counter on another merfolk. So obviously, here's the combo. I got it exactly in this. I got the perfect combo right here in this one booster. It's the turn 1, play the Herald, get a 1/1 unblockable. Turn 2, you play your Jade Bearer, and then you give a +1 to your unblockable, and then you're attacking with a 2/2 unblockable. I remember hating that so much on Arena. You were hoping for Pirates vs. Ninjas dual decks. That was parodied years ago when Ixalan came out. That'd be pretty fun. Pirates versus Ninjas. In the world of comics, I believe there was a comic called something like Princesses versus Zombies. There was a comic like Princesses versus Zombies. Hornswoggle, 3 mana. Target creature, counter target creature spell, and you create a colorless treasure. Okay. And we've got the Reckless Rage, 1 red mana, instant, deals 4 damage to a creature that you don't control, and then 2 damage to your own, so perfect for Enrage. Charging Tuskodon, 5 mana, 4/4, Trample. If Charging Tuskodon would deal combat damage to a player, it deals double that damage to the player. So if anything that gets through gets doubled. Watch it after the stream. What do you mean by that? What am I missing there? Watch it after the stream. I was hoping that Pirates parodied. Oh, okay, so there is a real like video parody. Okay, I'll look it up. And then here is the rare and or mythic. I already see that it's some blue card. According to the chart over here, there's nothing valuable in blue. And we get the Admiral's Orders. 3 mana, raid, instant. If you attack with a creature, you may pay 1 blue instead of mana cost, counter target spell. This is like the most worthless card ever in existence, right? This is a counter spell for 3, okay? Normal, just like cancel. If you attacked, you can pay 1 instead of 3 to counter, so you'll never be able to pull this off on your opponent's turn for the 1 blue mana. On your own turn, I guess this is supposed to stop Settle the Wreckage? Right? You attack with everything, and then they settle the wreckage, and then you pay 1 blue. I guess. Good to stop combat tricks, but otherwise useless. We're giving them way too much credit. one blue to stop it, I guess. I learned a neat trick with your C Clip Studio program on learning to use reference to convert to color palettes, which is pretty neat. That sounds pretty cool. Tell us more about that. Damn the cannons, mates, charge! This is the first time they ever said a bad word in a magic card. Am I gonna get demonetized on YouTube for saying it? And then we get a forest, and then a vampire token. Notice it's an Ixalan token, actually, not rivals. So it's got lifelink. So this is what it was. Nothing amazing. No Zakama, no Immortal Sun, no Elenda, no nothing, basically. But all of the memories of opening up this vintage classic set known as Rivals of Ixalan. Darn isn't technically a bad word. Yes, it is. Even though like 10-year-olds say it nowadays on television, it's still a bad word, right, everyone? Come on, everyone in the chat, back me up. Darn is a bad word, right? It's still a bad word. But anyway, we opened up 2 boosters, one of Ixalan, one of Rivals of Ixalan. We traversed back in the times of nostalgia because it's a bad word, but I say it every day. You say it every day. What is causing you to say that every day? Darn, my cereal ran out. Well, everyone, I think it's a good time to end at this point. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Ha 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 ha. And raised a little bit on the ladder. Played a little bit of Ulama. Got to Platinum. Played a few Brawl decks. Did the Zendikar event a little bit. Darn. Verb. Be condemned by God to suffer eternal punishment in heck. Yeah, all of those are definitely bad words, swear words. There's actually a comic book called Swear Words? What was it called? There was another comic book more recently called Pretty Violent with lots of swears, and it was a pretty violent comic with lots of swears, but the art was very cute, very cartoony, in the vein of I Hate Fairyland. So it was Gamma Ray. She's a superhero in this world, and she's very powerful, and she can like kill the bad guys with one punch. I guess like One Punch Man, but funnier. And so that was a few comics there as well, everyone. As we wind down, thanks again everyone for hanging out. It's really cool when you all come over and hang out and play. Hang out while I play Magic. Hopefully you saw some fun gameplay, some fun cards in these vintage sets from so long ago, in the last decade. These sets came out in the last decade, so they are totally vintage. And I'll be back again next time on Saturday, 8 p.m. Pacific time. Hope you all come back to hang out. Maybe do some 1v1s or whatever, and just talk more about Magic. So thanks everyone for coming to hang out. I'll see you next time.
And I thank you for coming to visit us here in the oubliette as I return to it to drink a little chamomile tea for my throat, because this is a very evil this is a very evil game that we play, Magic the Gathering. Until next time.